Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday afternoon. Well, it's probably evening for some people now over on the other side of the pond. I would imagine it's getting close to that time, or is that time? I don't know. Whenever you decide that evening starts. I usually say 6 p.m. is when evening starts. So I imagine it's evening for some people. Anyway, welcome. I looked at YouTube right before I started streaming. The Vanguard isn't on. No Justice isn't on. Kevin Logan isn't on. Even Vosh isn't on. Ben Dixon isn't on. Boston Brian isn't on. The Majority Report, well, I'm not expecting that they would be on, and they're not on. I think I'm the only one holding up the space this time. Letterhack, also not on right now. I'm like the only option leftists have right now. Woo, lack of options. Come check out my channel. Welcome, everyone. So far in the SandBox, we have Rachel Atwood, hermeteorologist, Rich P, and Marty. Welcome. Yeah, I'm starting early. So not only is there not any other leftists on right now that I know of, I'm also starting early with the goal of actually getting done at like a decent time so I can do all my stuff that I plan on doing afterwards but never do because I usually run ridiculously late. And one would think, since I had a live stream on Friday, I would have a short one today. Nope. Primarily because my largest docket is all about what was happening in London, England yesterday with the mass arrests, yet again. Lots of clips for that to go over and whatnot, so it's a pretty big docket that I have there. And then there's the Project 2025 stuff that was promising, some other international stuff between Canada and the US, and yeah, a couple one-off stories. There's a lot to go over today, so it's a good thing I got started early because I desperately want to be done before 9 p.m. Letterhack is doing a members-only stream? I'm not a member, so I wouldn't see it, but sometimes it still pops up when that happens. Let's see, if I go down to his channel, it would tell me, I would imagine. Because then I might have to be like, yo, Letterhack. And then No Justice just started. Okay. Kevin Logan is on now, too. So we're all just starting at the same time. I get it. Darn it. I was just hoping that maybe I could get away with it because I want to start earlier so I can end earlier, but I don't want to overlap with so many people at the same time. And it looks like, yeah, Kevin Logan and No Justice just started. So, hey, Helena. Hey, Kevin. Hi. From this side of the pond, I'm going to be talking about your side of the pond. Super annoying. Just went to check to see if the Letterhack was on, and now all these other channels are on. Darn it. I was living in a little made-up place. I have the Letterhack's channel right there. There I go. It would be telling me, it's not saying that there's a members-only live stream happening right now. It says it streamed 16 minutes ago, so it's done. Well, he could have rated. I'm just saying. It would have been nice. But I guess I won't be getting pond jumpers for a while. So then the question becomes, do I cover the UK stuff first, or do I wait until they potentially raid me later on. That's the thing. It's not a given that they will. It's just they're usually kind enough that sometimes they do. And that's just a sometimes, it's not like it's an all the time thing, which is fine. I just appreciate it whenever they do. It helps me out. Legata DeVille, no worries. Them a lot almost daily. There's always going to be clash. Yeah. And just want to answer Rachel Atwood. I just saw the message on Blue Sky like right before I came on here. I don't actually go on Blue Sky that often, which is a problem because I messaged somebody else hoping to get a reply back, and I did, and I didn't see it for like hours and hours and hours because I don't go on Blue Sky all that much and I don't have notifications set up for it. And I'm not necessarily against having people on to speak about Ukraine. It's just that's not a strong house of mine. I don't know much about it. I don't know what kind of questions to ask, what would be relevant. All I know in that situation, Russia bad, and here in Canada, we should continue to support Ukraine because they're the victims in this situation. And so I fully agree with supporting Ukraine, except for maybe putting boots on the ground, like Mark Carney is saying, because to me, that's almost like Canada is then declaring war on Russia, which I don't want. I really do not want that. So it's not that I'm against it. I just, like I said, it's not in my wheelhouse. So it's a possible, just given everything else that I tend to cover. Like it'd be better for them to go on Boston Brian because he covers that quite a bit, and so he'd be far more knowledgeable about it. But let's see what people are saying. What else in the SandBox? Oh, yeah, started all nice and early, thinking I could avoid this. And so for the, I think there's a couple pond jumpers in the SandBox. Do you think I should wait covering the protests until more pond jumpers come over, potentially? Or do I just cover it now, knowing that I'm fairly certain No Justice and Kevin Logan are going to be covering it? And you don't need to see a repeat. You don't need to necessarily see the Canadian take on it when it's probably just going to be an agreement with whatever they say. Because I also have the Project 2025 stuff. Let's see. What else is on my docket? Oh, I was also going to talk about one of Ireland's presidential candidates, potentially candidate. Yeah, no. That's a hard no on that one. Not that he would understand that word. And some stuff to do with like Pierre Poilievre and Mark Carney and all that sort of stuff. Potential, well, a little update on the flight attendant stuff. So let me know in the SandBox where you are with that. What would you like to see first? It's going to be a choose your own adventure day today. How about that? Choose your own adventure. We have in my dockets some provincial news about Ontario. We have Project 2025 news. We have a whole bunch of news about the protests in London with a little bit extra at the end of other related content to protesting what's happening in Gaza. Then we also have, like I said, some Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, looking like a complete dork, thinking he can do stand-up comedy like Seinfeld, which it lands just about as well as you'd think it would when I say it like that. And also some one-off stories about, talking about temporary foreign workers here in Canada. Yeah. And then, some United States stuff. Going to be covering the Yanks. So, let me know. Let me know what you're all thinking in the SandBox since we started nice and early. I have cats making noises when they shouldn't be making noises. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you know what? I will do the same thing I did on Friday, where if I get $30 in super chats, you can see the sneak peek of my TYT video, the Francesca segment, which I now have wrapped up. I have put the end cap on it, so it's pretty much done. I imagine some of the wording will be changed. At some point, I might be adding more content to it, but it's pretty much done, and so you would get a little sneak peek of that. My thumb rings don't quite fit. And it's bugging me because I like to wear thumb rings, and so I'm very tempted to go put in their set on. Because this one is just slightly too small. You see, your thumbs are two different sizes. You probably didn't know that. And so these rings are the same size. And it fits on this one just fine, but it's a little too snug on this one. So I can get it on and off, but barely. And then if my thumb swells at all, then it won't come off. But for those who don't know, whatever hand you're stronger with, your thumb will be a bit bigger. You'll be a size up usually. So just in case you, I know that because I'm always wearing matching thumb rings. Hermeteorologist is saying, I think most of P 2025 is for every country. They have influence. Absolutely, absolutely. It's just, it's kind of, it's the fact that the Carney government invited one of the project creators of 2025 up here. And the only reason why that person isn't speaking is because they backed out. It's a little disturbing, a little disturbing. Okay, these rings are really bugging me. I think I'm going to have to get a different set of thumb rings on. Hello, Glitchamasta. Let's see. Well, I think since nobody is saying what they want me to start with, I think I'll start with what I was planning to start with, which is the covering what was happening in London yesterday, the protests and half the city being arrested. And I say half the city, it's like, well, if the city was like 1,600 people, then it would be half the city. So the arrests are getting bigger and bigger, and they're going to run out of like resources to do that sort of thing and drain the city of money for their police officers. Shucks darn. So why don't we start with a video from The Guardian on this? And since I can't stand the first part, like it drives me, I can't handle it. It's the squeaking of the marker. It's painful to me. This particular squeak of marker is painful to me. So while that is playing, I'm going to go switch out my thumb rings. Enjoy the squeaking marker for the first bit. I do like this tactic of like directly challenging them, because I do not understand how so many people can just fall in line like that. Because you look at the United States right now with ICE happening and all these people signing up to be ICE agents and stuff like that. And let's just say those types of jobs draw in a certain type of person. But if you joined the police to, look after the people in your community and help out and be a good guy, then how can you participate in this? When you know what is happening is wrong. You know that you're infringing on people's free speech. You know that there's a genocide happening. You know that they aren't terrorists that you're arresting. And it's just like, this is a stain on the community. The fact that so many people are getting arrested for this versus, maybe arresting the politicians that are responsible for the actual genocides that are happening. And to that older guy, I say, they could have called in sick. They are being coerced into it because that's their job, but they're not being forced to do this. And I think some of the cops you'll see are being very Canadian polite when they're arresting folks. They're choosing to act on these orders that they know in their hearts are false. And so do I have sympathy for the cops that are there? No. Because in this day and age, when it comes to what's happening in Gaza and that genocide, you have to have principles. You have to be willing to sacrifice and make losses. And if your job is to arrest peaceful protesters, you need to quit that job. You just do. Because it's not right what's happening. And I have a cat that's doing things that I don't think they're supposed to be doing, but I can't see them. Like, you have a moral obligation to make a stand wherever you can. And if your job is to arrest people protesting a genocide, then you have a moral obligation to quit that. Yeah, they might not agree with it, then they shouldn't be doing it. Like, they know they're supposed to enforce the law. They know that arresting all of these people, hundreds and hundreds of people, carry on mentality right there. Yeah, it's horrible what's in this. Yeah, But then, yeah, we're just gonna hit the pub. That's gonna hit the pub after seeing this violence portray. Yeah, just keep calm, carry on. Very uniquely British, English, that sort of thing, to center yourself like that there's no... Okay, to be fair, that here in Canada, the police would probably be a lot more brutal. The polite ones, yes, Canada is the polite one. They'd probably be meaner at this point. Not that we have protests like this. So it's the English exceptionalism. Okay, maybe, slightly. But we do tend to be politer when the police are bashing your face in. It's just the way it is. Saying that we are writing the history books of tomorrow. What chapter do you want to be included in? And history will... Where's the cat? I hear you. You're not a ghost. I hear you. Right there. You're right there. I see you. I see you. You know, we will be judged by our ancestors on this. Oh, I think my headphones are about to give out. Making weird popping noises. I need to get a new pair of headphones. I'll add that to my wish list. But yeah, our actions of today are being documented. And they're being documented in a way that a lot of these wars and stuff and protests haven't been documented before. Like, this is the first live stream genocide. And all of our reactions to it are also being live streamed and documented. So this, you know, you're on record right now. You can't in the future deny that you weren't passive in this if you were. You can't say, well, I was always against it when you weren't. The records are there. We can see it. We can see people's history on social media. We can see the videos and stuff. And this is something people won't be able to just wash away from them. It will always be on them, no matter what. So, you know, what is it that you've done to, you know, push back against and genocide that's happening right now? A lot more to go through when it comes to clips and stuff. They're all pretty much from Twitter. So I have been on Twitter, the hostile fart sauna, so you don't have to smell it yourself. Because I know not everyone is on Twitter, and there's a lot of good clips and stuff. Like, Twitter, for all of its faults, is still one of the primary go-tos when it comes to breaking news like this, because people are still posting and whatnot. I know Instagram is probably in their go-to, but I'm not an Instagrammer. I'm not a TikToker. I'm a twit. I'm a twit-er. Sure, that works. So let's go to defend our juries. So they tweeted out, please continue to mass arrest protesters for opposing genocide and the Palestine action ban. The day after the ban came into force, 29 were arrested. Last month, it was 500. Today, over 1,000 people are defying the unjust proscription of a domestic direct action group. And this is from Novara Media. More than 1,200 people in London have taken part in one of the largest acts of mass civil disobedience in British history to protest the Palestine action ban. At 1 p.m. on Saturday, hundreds of protesters, many of them elderly, sat down in Parliament Square and wrote, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action" on cardboard signs. See? They're saying cardboard signs. They're not saying placards. I'm just saying. Placards sounds very snooty. Because here we just say posters or cardboard signs. Among those taking part was Reverend Sue Parfit, an 83-year-old priest who was arrested at the first ever protest against prescription on 5 July, the day it came into effect. Okay, yeah, this is another thing that's really bugging me about, talking about cross-pond stuff is we reverse that. We say July 5th. We don't. I've been noticing that a lot. Do you have any idea what this is doing to my dyslexia? Just saying. The action organized by Defend Our Juries was designed to pose an unprecedented simultaneous challenge to all three legal systems within the UK's constitutional framework. In a statement released before the protests, the Met Police claimed the force had the officer numbers, custody capacity, and all other resources necessary to arrest everyone. So, I guess there was just no crime anywhere else in the city that day. Be an ideal day to go rob a bank. I'm just saying. I would never encourage that, but if you're all busy arresting elderly people for sitting down with a cardboard sign, it really does give an opportunity to actual criminals to get away with a whole lot of shit. It was forced to backtrack on similar claims last month, speaking of the entirely unrealistic challenges it faced in enforcing the Palestine action ban. On August 9th, 532 people were arrested for holding placards in Parliament Square, in what was at the time the largest mass arrest ever in London since 1961, but it took the police hours and many hundreds more protesters were able to leave despite having broken the law. Half of those arrested were over 60. One was a blind man in a wheelchair. We'll get to him in just a moment. Police dealt with a huge number of arrests last time by processing them nearby in Westminster and granting most arrestees street bail. Ugh, all the criminal reform people over here would be like, no, it's jail, not bail. You need to be putting all these peaceful protesters into jail. There's nowhere near enough room to do that. None whatsoever. And then, like I said, actual criminals would be crowded out. So, meaning they were released immediately and didn't need to be transferred to a police station. This time, DOJ told participants to decline street bail in a bid to push police resources past their limit. Key DOJ spokespeople who had been arrested and charged in dawn raids earlier this week broke their bail conditions to protest, as did many others who had been arrested at earlier protests, causing confusion for officers on the ground. So many people were violating their bail conditions. Yeah, all those jail not bail people are like, see, that's what happens when you let criminals out. They go and reoffend immediately. So all these peaceful protesters went out and peacefully protested again, like right away. You can't be having that. Nope. The government's controversial decision to prescribe Palestine action makes it the first nonviolent organization ever to be banned under the Terrorism Act. The ban could be overturned in November when it will go to the High Court for judicial review. So the blind man who uses a wheelchair is this guy here. So Mike Higgins, who is blind and... Okay, not to get all, super, what's the word? When you're ultra progressive snob, there's a word for it. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting the word. It's way too early in the stream for me to be doing that. Not social justice warrior, but to be all virtuous and I don't know. Over here in Canada, we've been moving away from saying they're bound to their wheelchair because that sounds a bit. It sounds a bit like it's a horrible, horrible thing, whereas the wheelchair actually grants them accessibility, like movement and around. And so they use a wheelchair. It's not something that they're tied down to in such a way because it actually gives them freedom to be able to go around in places, if any of this makes sense. But we've been moving away from that over here. I'm just saying. Okay? Okay. Let's see. Has anyone figured out the word I'm trying to say? Hello, the Wild West, who's cleaning. Ah. There's a word for it when you're super left wing on. Ah. Has joined the Parliament Square protest to once again oppose genocide and the Palestine action ban. He ran over 1,000 of. He and over 1,000 others face a terrorist arrest because of the draconian prescription of a direct action group. I would love to think that he ran over like 1,000 police officers. That would be kind of epic. And here he is getting arrested later on. In the same week that Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper will be rolling out the red carpet for Israel President Isaac Herzog, UK police are arresting blind and disabled protesters for holding signs under the Terrorism Act. The shame will never, ever wash off. And yeah, just pushing somebody around in a wheelchair is so dehumanizing. Like it just, the amount of autonomy that strips away from people. Woke, yes, it's very woke of me, Nadia, Yvette Chambers. I'm being super woke here. Yeah, it's so dehumanizing. I talked about this last time because he was arrested last time as well. And having, somebody push your wheelchair against your will is very violating. But here we have an aged lady. That just sounds so cute, the way they did that. Kind of like a cheese or a wine. An aged lady who cannot believe there is a genocide going unanswered is arrested by British police today. Her crime, a placard saying, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action." Arrested under the Terrorism Act, 1,000 people hold the same placard. And that's just so cute. An aged lady. It's adorable. It's adorable. So you telling me this aged lady here, this tiny aged lady, is a terrorist who needs the assistance of the cops to just, move at a decent pace? Like, you're telling me this lady here is a terrorist worthy of being imprisoned? And it's almost like the way that they're helping her is like they're helping her cross the street or something like that. Like, it's so ridiculous that the police are doing this to people who are obviously not terrorists. Obviously. And so Mehdi Hassan had quote tweeted out, "Imagine arresting an 83-year-old woman priest peacefully protesting a genocide. Not sure how these cops go home and look at the families in the eye or sleep at night." Like, imagine if they have an aged parent. Looking at your aged parent, thinking that you just threw someone like them into prison for the crime of protesting a genocide. You can't have a soul and be doing this. And this is a different aged lady. Breaking Reverend Sue Parfit, 83, was just arrested under the Terrorism Act again for a sign which we all know earlier this week, she said Palestine Action are not terrorist organization. they damaged weapons used in Palestine.
How old is Reverend Sue? She's well into her 90s.
No, this says 83. That's not well into your 90s. She does not look well into her 90s. Gotta say, her earrings rock.
Can they be together? Ladies.
And then, of course, Owen Jones. Now, he's not at this one. He was at the last one doing some documenting and interviews and stuff because he's currently in Palestine. He was invited over for conferences and chatting with people and stuff and to bring awareness. And I follow him on Twitter, so I know these things. And there's adorable cats over there. Oh my God. Because he's a cat guy. And so he takes pictures of a couple of the cats, and oh my gosh, those cats are adorable. They're just like the biggest, fluffiest, floofiest faces that you just kind of, yeah, they're really cute cats. And of course, he's been arguing with people on Twitter. That's always interesting to watch. He has a very particular way of responding to them that, you know, he'll hit back and be like, so, anything else? Yeah, you're good? Anything else that I can do for you? But he's saying if this doctor is a terrorist, then what is the IDF?
Hospitals is terrorism. Killing health workers and humanitarian aid workers is terrorism. Being here today, standing up against this, is not terrorism. I'm Hillary, I'm a GP, I've been a doctor for over 40 years. I'm here today with many of my healthcare worker colleagues because we feel we have a professional and moral duty to stand up against the genocide that's happening in Gaza at the moment. Bombing hospitals.
Yeah. And this is from Amnesty UK. Breaking: hundreds arrested in Parliament Square for peaceful protest against ban of Palestine action. When the government is arresting people under terrorism laws for sitting peacefully in protest, something is going very wrong here in the UK. Now, I volunteer with Amnesty Canada. Well, not them directly, but a chapter that is part of Amnesty Canada. So we don't speak for Amnesty. We're not affiliated with them that way, but we do. They get people to sign petitions and bring awareness to human rights issues and stuff like that. And it's because I volunteer with them that I even knew that, you know, Gaza was an open air prison before this was ever really in the news. I knew about BDS before this was ever really in the news. And it's actually quite shocking when you start looking at amnesty for your own country and see how many human rights violations you're doing. Because sometimes those petitions we're getting people to sign are for things that are happening in this country. Quite often, actually, yeah, because we do tend to focus on the Canadian issues when we're at Canadian events. I'm just saying. But, you know, what does that say about a human rights organization having to call out these Western, you know, countries that always like to claim that they're the ones for freedom, they're the ones for, you know, progressive values and are beacons of hope in the world. When you have human rights organizations going, so, you know, that thing you're doing, kind of violating human rights. And it's always, always so interesting how when Amnesty calls out, you know, Canada, the Canadian government doesn't say boo about it. But when Amnesty calls out like Iran, all of a sudden Canada's like, oh, look at what Amnesty is saying, that Iran is bad and they're wow, we totally agree with that. But then, you know, they call out what's happening, you know, with Wet'suwet'en, and all of a sudden it's crickets. But then look what's happening in North Korea. Oh, that's horrible. Can't have that. And then they talk about, you know, the issues of clean drinking water here in Canada and the lack of access of it and the fact that a lot of Indigenous communities don't have it, and crickets. It's a pattern. It is a pattern. So peaceful protesters is a fundamental right. People are understandably outraged by the ongoing genocide being committed in Gaza and are entitled under international human rights law to express their horror. Amnesty has long criticized UK terrorism law for being excessively broad, vaguely worded, and a threat to freedom of expression. Today's response only further demonstrates that our concerns were justified. Any restriction on the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly must be lawful, necessary, and proportionate to achieving a legitimate aim. Criminalizing speech in this context is only permitted when it incites violence or advocates hatred. Expressing support for Palestine action does not, in itself, meet this threshold.
They're each other's carers, yes. I just think it's pretty disgraceful. They're an easy catch, aren't they?
I'm now really quite shaky.
Yeah.
I'm actually finding it quite scary.
My God! My police!
I'm here today. Oh, God, there are so many reasons. I mean, obviously the overriding reason is to stop the bloody genocide.
Frankly, I think what they've done is they've devalued any measure of what a terrorist can be.
An incredibly emotional day. Like, it was a lot of older people, and that was just so moving to see them do something really scary when you're at the same time you're seeing the police being really rough and heavy-handed. I saw them put someone up against the lamppost, lots of pushing. One guy pulled his baton out on the police line.
They're each other's.
Like, just a lot of courage towards these aged people, knowing, you know, they're frail at that age. It doesn't take much to break an arm, have them fall over, break a hip. And it's scary not knowing what's going to happen and all this sort of stuff, but they're doing it anyway because, you know, they have principles, they have integrity, they can't sit by and watch while this horrendous genocide is going on and do nothing. That's why I always say, do what you can when you can. And if this is something you can do, then go do it. I understand that for some people, being caught up in one of these is just not doable. And it could be because going into crowds is not accessible for them. It could be that, you know, the threat of being put into prison overnight is not doable for them. It could risk their jobs, that sort of thing. But then you gotta find something else. You know, it's do what you can when you can. And in this case, you have to find something to, you know, voice your concern over what's happening, what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. And speaking of some of that violence, Mehdi Hassan was quote tweeting this out, saying, "Shame on Met Police, shame on Stammer government, a Labour government doing this, shame." And this is the tweet. So Harriet Williamson was saying Steve is an RAF veteran. Here's his arrest by Met Police UK as he holds a paper sign in London today.
Shame on you!
This is disgusting!
I don't know what's worse. Forcing someone's wheelchair to move or pulling them out of their wheelchair and carrying them away. And again, this is so dangerous for older folks. Because like my grandmother at the nursing home, the staff actually has to be trained on how to do that. And for heavier individuals, they actually had like a little type of crane that they would use so that you don't actually injure them as you're doing this. I don't think any of these people had that sort of training on how to handle somebody in that state to just pick them up and send them away, leaving their wheelchair behind. That's sick.
You're arresting a hero! Shame on you! Shame on you!
And so Novara Media also did the moment mid-interview that the daughter of a Holocaust survivor is arrested for protesting the proscription of Palestine action. This one kind of floored me seeing this because you know it's being recorded. You can see the cameras. What police officer would want their face on camera arresting the daughter of a Holocaust survivor while they're giving an interview? You know you're going to be identified. You know you might have friends and family that will look at that and be like, what the fuck were you doing? I hope they have friends and family that will do that to them. Because this is absolutely disgusting. You could at least wait till she was done talking if you had any sense about you. But no, you had to stop the interview halfway through to arrest this woman. Absolutely ridiculous.
You're the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. You're here in this protest, what the government regards as a nest of terrorists. How do you feel about that?
I'm deeply distressed by it. I mean, I'm nearly 68 and my father was a Holocaust survivor and I've studied the Holocaust quite closely and fascism takes many forms. But, you know, one thing is what's going on in Gaza, which is heartbreaking. And many Jews like me disagree with even having an Israeli state. We're not Zionists, but our voices don't get heard. And I think we often get objectified, you know, like all Jews think that. And actually to present our voice like that is anti-Semitic.
I'm sorry, I'm just under arrest.
In which we could somehow be heroic.
I'm sorry, I'm just making an arrest. The daughter of a Holocaust survivor mid-interview. And Bad Lefty, welcome to the SandBox, is saying doing it mid-interview was both a choice and a message, in my opinion. Oh, yeah.
Daughter of a Holocaust survivor.
Are you going to today? What's your bag? Where's your stuff? I'll get the officers to get stuff. If you walk out of us, we'll get everyone to okay, you don't have to say anything, ma'am. The question, I'm answering a question. I've got to go through seconds back. Shame on you! 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 Ready, Grace, live! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Actually express my democratic...
Shame on you! Shame on you!
And so Defend Our Juries, they did a lot of tweeting because they were covering this pretty intensely. It was quote tweeting the Metropolitan Police, who was saying officers continue to make arrests of individuals showing support for the prescribed terrorist organization, Palestine Action, at Defend Our Juries protests. There has been coordinated effort to prevent officers carrying out their duties, which has included physical and verbal abuse. A number of arrests have now been made for assault. And yeah, this is the line of work you chose to arrest peaceful protesters. There's going to be some people resisting that, yeah, because this is unjust. It absolutely is unjust. With that many people there too, like I always get nervous when I see crowds that dense that should something happen and a stampede start. Especially, again, for people who might be using wheelchairs and walkers and the elderly. Like, this is such a dangerous situation to be in. And generally speaking, when you see violence like this at these types of events, it's instigated by the police. It's not instigated by the peaceful protesters, and that's Defend Our Juries is kind of pointing that out. The reality, Met police violently assault peaceful protesters, including the elderly, in order to try and arrest over 1,000 people for holding cardboard signs. So far, the police have only managed to arrest a small fraction of the nearly 1,500 sign holders. And in the video, you can see them pushing people over. I don't know if people remember, but in the States there was an incident like this where an older man was pushed by the police and he fell and cracked his skull open. I can't remember if he died or if he was just in critical condition, but I think he might have actually died from it. Like, again, to just be so aggressively doing this without paying any attention to the people. It is so disgusting, and they're risking, like they are literally risking the lives of some of these people, because the person they pushed over in this video didn't seem to be a senior. But like I said, a lot of these people, if they fall, they can break a hip. That can take them out of, mobility if they have a job, just enjoying life in general. Not to mention the pain it would cause and the surgeries necessary. It is ridiculous that they're doing this. And just so brazenly shoving people, pushing people when you don't know what their footing might be and stuff. And they could fall and crack their skull open. But do you think the police would ever get charged for assault in those situations when they cause that kind of harm? No, never. Being a police officer, it doesn't really matter what country you're in. It gives them free rein to be abusers, to be assaulters, to go out and do all these violent actions without any repercussions. Because I've seen it so many times, like here in Canada with the unhoused tent encampments, and how brutal the police were. And they were terrorizing the community, like they were traumatizing the community they were supposed to be protecting by just how aggressive they were. And they're free to just assault people at these protests. And nothing happens to them. There's no charges laid against them if they're the ones to initiate the assaults, nothing. But if you so much as bump up against a police officer in one of these situations, they're very fast to arrest you and charge you with assault. So more from Defend Our Juries. The reality, the police are punching their way through the crowds to mass arrest peaceful protesters for holding cardboard signs.
Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
Police officer is actually punching his way through the crowd. They appear to have dropped the arrestee. And this is the Welsh police.
And another one from Defend Our Juries. A vicar is among the final people arrested after several hundred were detained under the Terrorism Act for holding signs. When civil society is prepared to face terror arrests, it couldn't be clearer that Palestine action ban is a mistake of poll tax proportions.
Anything to say, Vicar?
So are you trying to tell me this person is a terrorist worthy of being arrested? Really?
Yeah, and there's
Just because you're arresting a vicar doesn't absolve you of your sins in this situation. And so this is a bit of a wrap-up from all of that from Huda. Breaking: 857 people were arrested yesterday for holding signs which say, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action." There's no doubt that banning Palestine action has led to one of the biggest acts of civil disobedience in British history. So well over 1,000 people were holding those signs, and over 850 of them were actually arrested. Really? This is what you want to be spending your taxpayer dollars on, city? Like London? This is what you want to be doing with your money? Arresting seniors and people with disabilities and, college students for protesting a genocide. This is what you want to be spending hundreds of millions of pounds on. Really? And then, there's just a video of more protests. What's with the real flames? Sorry. Again, I get nervous when I see something like that in a crowd. We have cell phones. You don't need the real flames in this, because that is nightmare fuel situation stuff there. I understand that it's warm and it causes a nice atmosphere and it's very symbolic, but put a flame app on your phone, because that's dangerous. That is very dangerous in a big crowd. And so what exactly are they protesting? I don't know. Am I allowed to show this on YouTube? Will it demonetize me? Will it get me in trouble? It's the footage of the building coming down. I'm worried it might actually be a no-go for... Because that's the problem when I get my videos from Twitter, is just because you see it on Twitter doesn't mean you can show it on YouTube. I'm trying to think if I saw it on Democracy Now! Here, I'll pause it. I won't show the video itself, but pause. So somebody just pointing out, what's the difference between this tower and the New York towers? The attack on the New York towers was the most terrorist act in history and shook the world. But why is it not a terrorist act? Why is it normal for the world? And that was not. And so this was the tallest building left in Gaza, and people were sheltering there. You know, Israel saying, oh, well, we dropped leaflets. The people in there have nowhere else to go, and they got very little warning. You know, if they didn't see those leaflets, then they could have still been in that building. And it's not like we'll ever really know the true toll, because unless the bodies are near the surface, they're not going to be counted. I have no idea how many people were in that building, and it's disgusting because you see the missiles hit. They go right to the base, right there, you can see it. Like this, you can't say this was an accident. It was intentional because it was hit a couple times to make sure that the building actually went down. And like just the terror and stuff, the fact that people won't feel safe in buildings, the survivors of this will be so traumatized. But this is what, you know, those people holding up those signs were protesting, these horrific acts. Okay, I still have a little bit more to go on this subject. But before I do that, I will close a whole bunch of tabs. Because my computer is breathing heavy, and whenever my computer breathes heavy, I'm worried that everything is going to shut down and I totally freak out again. But since a lot of these tabs were also playing video, it takes up like a ridiculous amount of memory and whatnot. Okay, so I got, like I said, I still got a few more things on. That is a very weird trending right now. Seinfeld, Glinner, and Labor. Sounds about right. But let's check the SandBox before I finish off with this subject for the evening. Yeah, I definitely need new earphones. These ones hurt my ears after a while, too. Hermatologist, I never made a Twitter account. Well, now you get to have the experience of Twitter without going on it and seeing all the shit yourself. Because I've been getting back into the habit of blocking people because, you know, when Elon Musk first started taking over and made it so you could pay for a blue check and stuff like that, there was these blocking sprees, especially since those people tended to be put up at the top of the replies and whatnot. But then basically he made it so that people can still see your tweets and stuff. They just can't interact with it. And so it takes away a lot of the point of having a block in the first place. And yeah, so for a while I wasn't blocking, but now I'm just like, yeah, I don't even, so when I block them, I don't see them in my feed as well. And I'm just like, I don't need to see the replies, because it's, again, along the lines of a lot of transphobes and genocide deniers that I've been being a little bit liberal with the blocking lately. Rich P saying UK speedrunning revolt conditions. Oh yeah. Rachel Atwood, meanwhile, the head of UKIP has called for the public execution of his political opponents when they will be prescribed as a terrorist group. Yeah, I haven't heard that one. Bad Lefty saying all cats are beautiful. That is true. Also saying they don't care to not injure these beautiful, brave citizens. Bad Lefty talking about the incident that I remember saying I remember it well. He lived for a while anyway. Yeah, I don't think it killed him right away, but I do believe it killed him. And Rich P saying that incident is burned into my brain, Sandy. He lost his hearing, sued and lost. Yeah. Because it was so disgusting, because you could see the damage done to him right away. And then more cops just walking past him like he was nothing. Like just a piece of trash on the ground. And it was so disgusting, so disgusting. Legella DeVille, we had a similar case in London. Many donkeys back, I swear. Is that a Londonism? So Rich P was saying that the older guy that we saw being pushed and cracking his skull open lost the hearing in his ear that he was bleeding out of. Nadia Chambers saying there was a UK death from pushing someone down, and it wasn't even a particularly old man. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. That's the thing, because it's just impact and angle. You could be young and healthy, but you just hit it at the wrong spot with enough force, and you're hitting concrete. Like, imagine a concrete bat being swung at you. It can kill anyone if it's done wrong. It's just, older folks tend to be more fragile when it comes to that sort of thing. But, they're risking killing people by shoving them through the crowds like that, because you also don't know people's medical conditions. You don't know if they have a disability, so their walking might not be so secure, so their balance isn't so secure. It's disgusting to see that. Rachel Atwood saying it's up to over 1,500 arrests now. Legala DeVille says, we said the terrorist act was problematic at the time too. New Labour government going to New Labour. Well, enjoy spending time with your family, Bad Lefty. talking about blocking people on Twitter. Legala Devilla saying, I think for public figures, Olay has the right response. She just blocks and move on. No second chances. Yeah, I tend to as well. Apparently the slang was, sorry, I'm from Yorkshire. It's a northern thing, meaning a long time ago. And I'm so ADHD, I don't even remember what that was in reference to. I just remember saying, I have no idea what that means. Let's see. If I can find it quickly. No, I remember saying I don't know what it is. It must be a Londonism or something, but I don't even remember what it was for. Oh, yeah. Okay. So a little bit more on the subject. This Ryan Grimm has the right tweet for this, saying speechless, no words for this, and it gets to a point where you're like, how is this a thing? How is this happening? Like, it's beyond mind-boggling that with the public awareness of the genocide and being so against genocide, how any public figure with a profile is still being bullied into capitulating to Zionists. It boggles my mind. Like, where's the spine? Where's the pushback? Where's the fuck you in this? This was tweeted out by the Holocaust Museum, saying never again can't only mean never again for Jews. With a picture of the hands holding each other's wrists, stuff like that. That's a perfectly fine tweet for now, for what's happening, because, that was the original intent of the slogan was, never again means no more genocides. It doesn't matter the group of people it's happening to. No more genocides. And there's lots of Jews against genocide who will say never again. Can't only, like, they'll repeat this phrase. This image on Instagram got so much pushback that this happened from the Holocaust Museum. Holocaust Museum LA, the first survivor-founded and oldest Holocaust museum in the country, is committed to its core mission to educate, commemorate, and inspire. We recently posted an item on social media that was part of a pre-planned social media campaign intended to promote inclusivity and community that was easily open to misinterpretation by some to be a political statement reflecting the ongoing situation in the Middle East. That was not our intent. It has been removed to avoid any further confusion. We promise to do better, and we will ensure that the posts in the future are more thoughtfully designed, and thoroughly vetted. We have taken actions internally to ensure our message always remains clear and reflective of our mission to inspire humanity through truth. So they can't even say Gaza. They can't even say the Palestinians, just the situation in the Middle East. Oh, Holocaust Museum, what is that situation right now? Right, it's a genocide, something that you would think they would be speaking out against. Just absolutely no spine to say fuck you to the people telling you to take that down because they're Zionists and it hurts their fifis. Absolutely, just like Ryan Gim says, there's no words for this. This level of capitulation to Zionists that a Holocaust museum can't even. They weren't talking specifically about the genocide that's happening. They were just saying, it shouldn't just be for Jews. And Ryan Grimm is saying, like, how many people must have complained about this first message to get them to delete it and even issue an apology? If you denounce genocide, some might think you're being critical of Israel, and we can't have that. Yeah, pretty much like at this point, you know, if you say, you know what, I'm against genocide, and then the Zionist next to you, how dare you say that about Israel? It's just, you know, what's the hit dogs bark or whatever? I've been hearing that phrase recently. If you think it's about you when we're saying genocide bad, you might want to look into why. Just absolute cowards. And then there was this from Variety saying the voice of Hind Rajab stuns Venice Film Festival with the longest standing ovation of 22 minutes amid tears and Free Palestine chants. And I was going to show this earlier, but I was kind of conflicted about it. Like, we don't need to hear the audio, it's just people cheering and stuff. But, and somebody, Yiping Jing, we'll get to his tweet in a minute, I think really sums up how I was feeling about this. Because, meanwhile, so this is the Venice Film Festival. Meanwhile, TIFF, that's the Toronto International Film Festival. This is what was going on at TIFF. Welcome to TIFF, where they will charge you hundreds of dollars to watch a movie about Hind Rajab, but call the police to censor a projection of Hind and other Palestinians on the side of a building. Yeah. You can't have an art installation at an art show. You can't show the reality because people passing by on the street, Zionists who didn't choose to go watch the movie, might accidentally see this and feel offended, feel threatened by the images of this tiny little girl. They might feel threatened by that. Can't have that. You have to stop them from showing that this beautiful little soul once existed. Because, you know, implying how she was lost. Wow. But Yiping Ji pointed this out as long, like he was quote tweeting someone, and I kind of, this is where what I was feeling when I saw that. Like, there's this movie, Hind Rajab, it's getting rave accolation and all that sort of stuff. And Heba just saying, I wish Brad Pitt et al. Would come out and demand for Hind Rajab's family to be rescued from Gaza. I wish they'd get on a flotilla to save the Hinds still alive. The movie is great, but I struggle with the cinema as it's happening now. It keeps happening. And Yipi says, cinema without meaningful action and solidarity is art washing ongoing genocide. And yeah, like I feel that, like how can you be proud of making a movie like that right now? Because all I can think about is that you're doing that for your own self-image. You're not doing it to make a difference, because where's the action? Where's the follow-through? It's kind of like you want to look like a savior without doing any of the work. And in fact, you get paid. You're getting paid to glamorize yourself with this, to make you look like you're one of the good ones, that you did something. But what did you do when this is still happening? There's hundreds of Hinds right now in Gaza that need to be rescued before they're also slaughtered. What are you doing about it? You're making a fucking movie right now? And people get to cry, and then they get to pat themselves on the back and feel like they did their part. And, oh, look at us. Aren't we so great? That movie wasn't about Hind. It was about the people who made it. And it makes me kind of sick. Because what are you doing to help the people still stuck in that situation? It's like, you know, if what is the movie? The one about living next to one of the camps. Oh, zone of interest. It's like if the zone of interest was being shown, well, the Holocaust was still going on or something. Like, it's just, you could be doing something. These people have the power, they have the sway, they have the influence. They could be doing something more than just making a movie to make themselves feel self-righteous, to make themselves feel good about this situation. Because here we have at least one politician trying to do something. So this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. Action alert, Jenny Wan has announced a new private member's bill that would close the loophole that allows Canadian arms to flow to Israel via the United States, fueling a genocide. Email your MP now and tell them to support it. So that's Jenny Wan there. This is the petition. So I'm going to copy and put this, toss this into the SandBox. If you're able to, please sign it. It's very important. They're close to their goal. So that's good. And I'll be signing. I have to remember not to close this tab so that I sign it. But yeah, we don't need any more performances. We need actions. And more people, you know, putting their necks on the line. So Anonymous tweeted this out: U.S. military protesting U.S. backing of Israel's genocide of Gaza and the Trump regime's fascism. Rise up, America. It's time to take back the country from these corrupt politicians. And this is people using their status to actually do something and make a stand and make a point. Because, especially in the States, if you're a veteran, they tend to care about you more or less. It depends. The government doesn't tend to care about them more, but their image within the public tends to be more revered.
Every American sitting at home right now needs to realize that you are paying for a genocide. Take this one.
Rise up! Rise up, America! Rise up! It is time to take back this country from these corrupt politicians. It is time. It is beyond time.
We're going out to the loading dock.
We're going down to loading dock. Sounds very, very gangster. And here we have hundreds of thousands of Mexicans chant Free Palestine during a concert in Mexico City's main square. Puerto Rican rapper resident brings out Palestinian family now living in Mexico during a free concert organized by the city. Seriously, Mexico these days. So cool. Mexico. You're rocking down there.
Palestina libre, Palestina libre, Palestina libre.
Okay, let's get back to the main shot. So I need to remember not to close that one tab. But close all the others. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's check the SandBox. Grand Theft Autobot, hey everyone, I need to talk about what's going on with me. Not having a good time right now. I had a breakdown seeing the rise of Nazis worldwide and dumb fucks and Nazi led by dumb fuck Hitler, like dumb leading dumbest or something. That kid in UK getting arrested just for saying genocide bad, and vid of a Christian children singing "It's okay to be gay until you get AIDS" effectively broke me. My father thinks I'm insane or stupid. both because he's the type to stick his head in the dirt and just knows Big Brother won't hurt us, just because he doesn't think any of what I'm saying is real. Funny, I never thought that when in high school reading about Nazis that we'd have to be the ones dealing with them. I feel you. It is hard staying plugged in and seeing everything that's happening day in and day out and not feeling like a part of you is dying inside, that a part of you is screaming out, that you can't comprehend this world and what people are doing, what they're getting away with, to see the backslide happening when it comes to our rights. And, there's a genocide happening. And meanwhile, I'll be covering it in a little bit, but what's happening in the States right now? Trump is sending militaries to multiple cities. He's taking over, like, all the stuff that the right wing wanted to fearmonger about, he's doing. And it's hard because it feels like there's nothing that we can do to change it on an individual level, that nothing we do matters. It does. It's hard to see it some days, it's hard to feel it. But what we do matters in this moment. The fact that we still have a soul matters, that we care about these things, that we're speaking out against them. But it's a heavy, heavy toll on the soul. And I imagine right now everyone will break at some point. And it's healthy to get it out there. It's healthy to talk to others about it. To just know that you're not alone with these feelings. That's so many others. And that's why you're seeing more and more people going to these protests and stuff, because they're reaching their breaking points. It's moved to the point where they don't care what happens to them anymore, because they can't just sit by and do nothing while all of this is happening. And the sad thing is it's going to have to get a lot worse before it gets better, because for the average person not plugged into politics, it has to really affect them before there's mass uprisings in Canada, the US, and in the UK and whatnot. But it's just important to stick with it and know that it is normal and sane to be having a breakdown right now. Like, to me, that is the sane thing to do, because you see this and you can't wrap your head around it. Because I look at all these other people who are still trying to justify this genocide, and I'm like, how was it that I got diagnosed with being crazy and these people are considered normal? But, just know that you're here with a community. We all feel you. We all agree with it. You're not alone with this. And we all care. We care about you. We care about these issues. We care about what's happening, and we all wish that we could do more. But it is do what you can when you can, and sometimes it's not much. It's not as much as we wish we could do. Because, we've been brought up on this belief that there's a hero out there. Superhero will just come in, swoop in, and save the day. But in reality, that's not how it works. That's not how it's ever worked. And a lot of people have fought and sacrificed to make change and never saw that change. But they just laid the groundwork for it. So everything we do right now, it might not feel like we're doing anything, but it's laying the groundwork. It's building up the ladder for people to climb later on. We're playing our part, no matter how small it is right now, for a better future. And it's important to believe that it will happen. It might not happen soon enough for us, though. And that is the scary thing. But you have to know that what we're doing right now will help others along the way. We're laying the stepping stones for them to cross. So it is, yeah, don't feel bad about breaking down. It's normal. It is so normal right now to see everything and just feel like nothing's going to change, that the world is going to hell. And, well, like, the world is kind of going to hell right now. Like, that's the thing. You can't deny reality in that aspect. But, you know, the little things that we're doing right now might seem little to us, but in the future, they'll have a big impact. You gotta hang in there. You know, break down and then catch your breath. And then do what you can when you can. That's pretty much all you can do. Let's see what people are doing. Hello, Miss Man. Apparently even the All Lives Matter excuse is too woke now. Rich P saying authoritarianism is inherently anti-art. They only like approved art. Yeah, you don't want to do anything that might cause people to resonate, have feels with. The Wild West, come on, Joaquin, you played Jesus, yeah. Grand Theft Autobot talking about, I think your dad. He goes to the US regularly. He went to Florida recently. He came back thinking nothing is going on. He has the biggest blinders ever. Legata DeVille, to be honest, far-right Nazi rhetoric rears its ugly head approximately every 15 years in most European countries, at least, so it doesn't really bother me as much as it's so unsurprising. I think the Trump card is tipping the balance this time. Grand Theft Autobot, so here we are teetering on the edge of fascism, and people like my father are helping them to do it. Miss Manny also tried to deport 600 children ASAP before the courts could stop it. I covered that on my channel. Guatemalan children, I believe. Grand Theft Autobot, which is weird because he also said he didn't really believe in God. When I came out as an atheist to him, I guess he'll just say whatever the fuck is convenient if he'll get to survive as a result. I used to think how lucky I was to not have any Trumplings in my family. This somehow is worse, like Grandma Warmington, but not. Or maybe he's a master quisling. Yeah, there's something about being ignored in a way. Your feelings, what you're going through, your situation, how you have people who are supposed to care about you but pretend like nothing is happening. I know that feeling really well. And in a way, it just makes you feel less than invisible, because at least if somebody was yelling at you, angry at you, they're still acknowledging whatever it is that's going on. But it's just being ignored. That anything that you're doing isn't real. It's, yeah. Okay, what are we going to get into next? So stuff on Ford, stuff on... I'm going to save the 2025 stuff until the end. I have a small docket on Doug Ford and alcohol, so why don't we do that one? Let's see. So Colin D'Mello had tweeted this out. What looked like the start of provincial boycott is on hold until February. The Ford government says it will wait until Crown Royal plant closes next year before deciding whether to pull Canadian whiskey from the LCBO. And so here is Doug Ford being performative with alcohol. What?
So this is what I think about Crown Royal. That's what they could do.
After a dramatic display of dissatisfaction, Premier Doug Ford is now being urged to follow through and convince a multinational liquor company to keep operating in Ontario.
And he needs to use every tool that the province has to try and persuade that company to stay, including pulling Crown Royal off the shelves here in Ontario at the LCBO.
The company, Diageo, announced it would shut down its bottling plant in Amherstburg, Ontario in February. The company said the decision is not related to tariffs and that other facilities in Kentucky, Maryland, Italy, and Scotland are also being shuttered, a decision that the Premier says appears to be final.
I said, is there any incentives I can give you to stay here, to save these jobs? No, it's not happening. I said, so it is what it is. This might take a little while.
But critics are questioning the act of pouring out the alcohol.
You're just going to waste it like that, huh? You're just going. It's not very friendly to the environment, just dumping alcohol into the concrete like that. Just going to waste it? Just one bottle?
By pouring out that bottle, that's suggesting a boycott, right? Maybe that's what the Premier was suggesting.
While the Ford government said all options are on the table, Crown Royal continues to be sold at the LCBO. Finance Minister Peter Betlen-Falvey's office told Global News no decisions about the sale of Crown Royal would be made until the plant actually closes next year, leading to the question about what exactly the Premier accomplished.
This is just a photo op, and they'll say the same thing. This is why Doug Ford is so likable, because he does little stunts like this. But we'll get to it in just a moment. This is just a stunt. It doesn't mean anything. It just makes him look good to his base. But yeah, he's responsible for far more job losses. It's just, since these job losses aren't happening because of his actions, then he's upset.
It is very much a performance. We should be more thoughtful and disciplined. And this is about relationships. If we want companies to stay here, we can't run around calling them names, even when they do something we don't like. We want them here.
The company will still maintain facilities in Manitoba and Quebec. at Queen's Park. Colin DeMello, Global News.
And so it's Colin DeMello also tweeted this out. Interesting, reached out to Spirits Canada for their thoughts on the closure of Crown Royal bottling plant in Amherstburg, Ontario, and immediately received a response from Diageo. And so he says, quick note, I am not a company spokesperson, so the following is not for direct attribution, but fine to say that Diageo confirmed the following. The decision was made long-term growth Diego's business in mind. We are continually reviewing our supply and footprint and evaluating operational changes. So it is important to note that Crown Royal will continue to be mashed, distilled, blended, and aged in Canada, just as it has been since 1939. Crown Royal bottled for Canadian market will remain bottled in Canada. The faculty that is closing, Amherstburg, is one of the locations currently bottling Crown Royal. Crown Royal bottling for Canadian market and the rest of the world remain in Canada. At our Valley, Quebec facility, this facility already distills, ages, and bottles Crown Royal. So it's not like the company is just up and moving. It's just maybe they don't like Ontario for some reason. You know, companies do what companies do for their bottom line. Usually politics don't play a factor. They just want to do what's important to them. Let's see. Diageo products support more than 9,700 Canadian jobs, over 3,000 in Ontario across its operations, as well as distribution and retail and hospitality, not hostility, but pretty much. And here is T-Dot resident pointing out Crown Royal bottler with 160 employees closes versus beer stores with 6,500 employees closes. And this was Doug Ford's work. So Isaac Callahan, who is a reporter for Global News, is pointing out another 6 beer store locations are being set to shut in Ontario by early November. That'll leave the company close to exceeding the maximum number of store closures allowed under its $225 million deal with the government. Yes, so a lot of our liquor stores and beer stores are being shuttered. Those jobs are being lost because of what Doug Ford did. But Doug Ford is making a big stink about Crown Royal moving. And again, it's because he wasn't the one to tell them to move. It wasn't because of his actions. It was because the company decided to do something for their bottom line. And Raghu, who is an emergency room doctor, is just pointing out Premier Ford public policy is not just about alcohol. Not one ER shift goes by where I don't see the harm caused by Ontario's obvious drinking problem and the lack of supports for people to meaningfully do something about it. Because Doug Ford is all about the alcohol. That's what he is. He loves promoting it. He gets mad when they don't do what he wants them to do. So many jobs have been lost because of Doug Ford. So much money that would have normally gone into our coffers aren't going in there anymore because of his actions. It is so infuriating. It really is. That he's been able to get away with everything he's been doing. Oh, hello, Soul Life. Oh. Checking the SandBox really quick, and then we'll get into some federal politics. Grand Theft Auto bot, yeah, I'm extra bound because he's helping me financially because they won't stop raising rent or food prices or being unhoused a crime. We are totally bugged, yeah. I know that feeling so much. That you want to be able to cut off certain family, but you can't because of finances and stuff. Yeah, I know that feeling. Grand Theft Autobot, you are not the one seeing a fake reality, and I get what you're saying with it. It's just a lot of people don't want to deal with it, so they'd rather dismiss it. It's like, imagine your child and your mother moves in with an abusive partner, like abusive to the children in the family, but she somehow has to develop a way of overlooking it, because without being in that relationship, she can't support the kids, she can't do anything. She is financially dependent, and a lot of people right now are like that in the system. Like, they're choosing to be in denial because they can't deal with the situation. Sometimes it's for finances, sometimes it's because it would just break them. But yeah, it's a horrible situation right now. But a lot of people are just in denial over what their government is doing because they can't deal with it. So it's easier to just pretend like it's not happening. They don't want to acknowledge it. They don't want to acknowledge the monsters that are walking among us, because then they might actually feel obligated to do something about it. Not these people you had faith in, or anything but people to have faith in. Atticus among us, my parents' health is degrading, and my dad has stopped bringing up politics to avoid conflict. It might seem like peace, but it's not. Hello, 56 Nick Rich. I just discovered that most beer stores are closing. The nearest one to me will remain open next year. Is about 5 kilometers away. I live in Toronto. Look around, empties everywhere, but no recycling. Yeah, a lot of the stores that are now selling beer don't do the return. They should be, but they're not. Yeah, no, I liked when all the alcohol was sold in the beer store in the LCBO. That was good. That was good. It's just like Raghu was saying, Doug Ford is just making the province, giving Ontario a drinking problem. And it's so hard to undo that now that it's been done. So frustrating. Grand Theft Auto. Anyways, I hope to see you guys later. I don't know. I wouldn't put it past my dad to have me committed the more I think about it. I've had somebody try to do that to me. Rachel Atwood, what percent did Ford win by the last election in Ontario? I think he got slightly more than last time, than the previous election. Like 48% of the vote. Parliamentary system. He didn't win by a margin. He just got a plurality. But I actually think he performed better. But the voter turnout was also lower. I have videos on it where I'm sure I had the actual numbers. Okay. Let's get into some more politics. I'm doing a good pace on these dockets because, like I said, I'm hoping to actually get done at more reasonable times and have like shorter live streams because, my God, 4 to 5 hours live stream, that burns me out. So apparently the speechwriter for Pierre Poilievre was from Seinfeld. I don't know. This whole thing. Like, he makes a George Costanza joke in it, but just everything about this is like a Seinfeld stand-up. It is so bizarre. And like, this is the thing about today's day and age with the news. I'm like studying the video to try to figure out, is this AI? Because you just never know these days, and it makes it so frustrating to be able to do this job when you literally do not know if what you're watching is real or not anymore. Because I will admit, I don't know the source. Normally, I usually only share things that are from like a reliable source on Twitter and stuff like that. But part of this is for me to just, again, emphasize that we're going into a digital age where it's hard to find what is real, what is true. But this is just, it's such a pathetic, like, Polyev is just so pathetic. He's so pathetic. It boggles my mind how such a loser could still be in charge of a party. That they haven't completely kicked his ass to the curb, because the gains the conservatives got in the federal election had nothing to do with him. It was all anti-liberal movement and stuff. Chances are, if the conservatives had a different leader, they would have won. So here's this little speech that I'm just like, I swear, I studied for like movement in the hair, in the jacket, to see if the little bump on his neck did anything weird. I wasn't seeing anything that would indicate this is AI.
But this really has been, as I said yesterday, the Seinfeld summer for Mark Carney, a big show about nothing. You know, I think specifically about George Costanza. You remember George Costanza? He was a legend. George Costanza.
That's a Seinfeld thing, isn't it? When he was doing his little stand-ups. You remember that thing when they would do this back then? Yeah.
Had this great episode where he had this fancy high-paying job with a corner office, and he didn't do any work, like literally none, but he wanted to look busy, so he would storm up and down the hallways carrying file folders. He would leave the lights on in his car in front of the office building on the weekend even though he wasn't there. He would yell into the phone even though no one was on the other end of the line, and they kept paying him because he looked so busy. I have to admit, Mark Carney has looked really busy this.
He's doing a stand-up bit. And the thing is Seinfeld was never funny. Not to me, anyway. I couldn't stand the show. And his stand-up sucks. And, well, Seinfeld also turns out to be a horrid, horrid individual. That is not someone I would want to be trying to mimic. That Zionist pedophile. Oh, okay, I guess I can see what Polyev sees in him then. Like, seriously, Seinfeld had to go to a high school to pick up his girlfriend. But it was back in the 90s, so nobody said anything. Ugh.
Summer. He's been flying off to Europe to sign declarations of intent that actually mean absolutely nothing. He's been holding roundtables with other politicians. You've seen politicians patting each other on the back, congratulating themselves on all the excellent meetings they've been holding. There have been letters written to ministers that then get leaked to media and are reported with great fanfare on front pages everywhere. My goodness, he's almost as busy and as useless as George Costanza. It has been a big show about nothing. Nothing is getting done under Mark Carney. Everything is getting worse. The American tariffs, which he promised to get rid of by negotiating a win, they're worse. Housing crisis is worse. Food inflation is worse. Crime is worse. Unemployment is worse. Everything has been worse under Mark Carney.
So basically this feels like watching a Seinfeld clip without a laugh track. That's all this was. Like, there wasn't even a real punchline at the end of it. And it's so funny with him talking about like how everything's gotten worse. Meanwhile, Carney is just, implementing the conservative agenda. So everything that's happening right now, Polyev would have been doing, and probably not even to the extent that Mark Carney is. Because here is another example of Mark Carney just You know those whole elbows up thing? Yeah. Now in Canada, knee pads for elbows. It's just embarrassing. So Sam Hersha tweeted this out. It's just amazing how Mark Carney fooled so many people into thinking he was some Canadian nationalist hero when he had literally bowed to Trump at almost every opportunity. The Liberals are masters at fear-mongering and doublespeak. So this happened. Yeah, why not? Donald Trump says Canada called him to tell him that they want to be involved in the Golden Dome missile. And that's just some James Bond sounding shit right there. The Golden Dome.
In Huntsville, Space.com will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. In Huntsville, Space.
Yeah. All right, elbows down. Carney doesn't expect immediate tariff relief after good conversation with Trump. The amount of times Carney has capitulated to Trump. And everyone keeps on saying, oh, it's the long game. It's the long game. This is negotiating. He has something planned. He's just trying to get into Trump's good graces and blah, blah, blah. When exactly is Carney going to do something about the United States that actually benefits Canadians, that actually helps with the tariffs, that does anything other than give Trump exactly what he wants? So this is from CBC. Prime Minister Mark Carney says he spoke to U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday, but suggested it's unlikely American tariffs, which are still causing economic pain for major Canadian sectors, will be lifted in the immediate future. Then what the fuck are you going to be doing for those businesses? Are we going to do another CERB type thing? Because if those businesses really start hurting, and they are, they're going to blame you. So you might want to do something about it. Ideally, something about the tariffs. You might want to actually use all that banking negotiating skill you have and serve the people. The conversation fell on the day that most of Canada's counter tariffs on U.S. goods were lifted. Right. We did that, didn't we? We lifted tariffs on them. Did they lift tariffs on us? A move seen as a goodwill gesture as Carney's government pushes for Trump to lift tariffs on industries including steel and aluminum. The Prime Minister characterized his Monday talk with Trump as a good conversation. We spoke at length on a wide range of issues, including on trade, but geopolitical, other issues, labor issues, etc., Carney said on his way to a meeting with a cabinet minister in the Greater Toronto Area. Or GTA. Yes, I'm looking at you, GTA, in the SandBox. Carney said his new clerk of Privy Council, Michael Sabia, is in the U.S. Capitol to meet with American counterparts. Sabia joins a revolving door of officials, including blah, 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 and blahs, and blah, blah, blah. Let's see. See, this is part of why I don't like covering the tariff situation. Is nothing changes, but it always changes. Like any day that you report on it, something has changed. So it's usually like Mark Carney saying he's going to do something and then just doesn't do it. Or he will do something about the digital service tax, or he'll do all these other things. And what can we expect from Mark Carney in the near future? Austerity. He's just outright saying it now. He is a conservative. That's what it is. He is a conservative. So this is from Reuters. Canada Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Wednesday that the upcoming federal budget would focus on austerity and investments, adding the current government spending was unsustainable. Well, maybe those hundreds of billions of dollars going towards military spending could be better used elsewhere. Just a suggestion, just, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars going to the military, that could be going to not austerity. Canada has been dealing with economic uncertainty since the start of the year, so the primary focus of the budget will be to cut operational spending and trigger investments into major projects like pipelines and the military, Carney told reporters in Toronto, which doesn't actually help with job growth. It's a budget of austerity and investment, at the same time, and that's possible if you have discipline, he says. So are you suggesting by that it's often not the case? If you're saying, well, it's possible for this to happen if you do it right. So all these other past governments that have done it and it's failed, well, they just did it wrong. I'm going to do austerity right. Uh-huh. That's how it happens. Canada's main budget, which is usually unveiled in the Parliament in April, was delayed due to the elections. So he promised to balance the budget, but he's not. So, but with increasing defense spending, lowering revenues from tariffs, the scrapping of digital service tax, and several other tax relief measures, economists say the government looks unlikely to reach the goal. Yeah, you don't say. Carney said federal spending had been growing at more than 7% a year on average over the last decade. I would love to see a lot more government spending. We can do that. We can do that. We have the power to print money. I don't need to finish reading that. But just another example here of, this was the alternative. This was the alternative. This guy, Pierre Poilievre, was the alternative to Carney. It really was. We didn't have choices. It was just, a shit sandwich or a butt burger. That's not a thing, but it is now. I don't know. Like Pierre Poilievre is so uncharismatic. I'm glad he's leader of the Conservative Party because they're less likely to succeed with him in, but my God, I'm so sick of listening to him.
Mr. Poilievre, are you concerned about any programs that the government would cut in the future?
The mess we're in today, the reason why we have the worst youth employment numbers in 3 decades, the worst housing and food price inflation, the reason that there are 2 million people lined up at food banks.
He tends to blame immigrants for this, by the way. But now he's just going to blame the Carney government. But normally he blames immigrants.
Is that the government is too fat. It's very simple. The government is rich and the people are poor. We need to make the people rich by getting the government off their backs. Actually, I'd put it this way. Right now, the government has become a big fat man, and the private sector is a skinny man carrying that fat man up an increasingly steep hill.
Like I said, without that Seinfeld laugh track, none of this lands.
And that skinnier man is about to collapse under the weight of the gargantuan Carney liberal government. It's time to put that government on a diet. And it's
anytime I hear that phrase, it rings wrong with me when I've heard it used in so many other different contexts.
Time to start worrying about the feeding and care of the hardworking people who are carrying the government on.
Okay. So, yes, the Carney government is too fat. Well, Champagne says adjustments coming to public service as Ontario reviews spending. When asked whether spending reduction might plan include public service layoffs, he said the government will find adjustments. Where is it? There's something very specific in here. I should have had it down so that I knew exactly where to go, because now my timing on this joke is really off. Um, oh, here we go. So, when asked whether spending reduction plan might include public service layoffs, he said the government will find adjustments. The pace of the public sector growth during COVID-19 pandemics was not sustainable, he said. I think a leaner and more efficient government to provide services to Canadians, that is needed as you're looking to rebuild this nation, Champagne said. Yeah. So here's Pierre Poilievre saying the government's too fat and blah, blah, blah. And here is Carney already on it saying, yeah, we need to make it more lean. Uh-huh. We're going to do that with cuts and stuff of that sort. So he's already implementing exactly what Pierre Poilievre was suggesting he does. It's already happening, Pierre. And I've had this joke so many times before that, you know, Mark Carney is taking away all of his talking points by doing them, starting with like the carbon tax. And here is another example of it. Pierre Poilievre tweeting out, Canada should be trouncing the US on LNG. We have shorter shipping distance to Asia and Europe, cold weather making it 25% cheaper to liquefy abundant power to do it. But Liberals have closed Canada for business, blocked 18 LNG plants, 5 months, blah, 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 get out of the way. Nah, this is conservative. Ah. So LNG developer announces $15 billion project off Newfoundland, says Carney policy changes made it happen. You know, Pierre, that tweet is still up, and this came out just shortly after that. You might want to edit it, delete it, something, because yet again, Carney's on it. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing the thing that you want him to do. At this point, Carney might as well just cross the floor. Like, that's it. He might as well just say he is no longer liberal. He's now the leader of the Conservative Party. Personally, I would think that would be awesome just to see Pierre Poilievre cry as he gets kicked out of his house. Because then he would no longer be the leader of the official opposition. I am pretty sure Carney could take over the Conservative Party and they'd be so much happier with him because as much as I hate Carney, he does have that charisma. He has the charisma Poilievre will never have. And again, when you have Mark Carney doing all this shit, and the vast majority of the Conservatives are just sitting back saying, "Nope, you go ahead. You do what you're doing. We're good. We'll vote with you." There's a reason. It's because he's implementing their agenda. It's just something interesting in here when I briefly read over this very long article. Let's see. So in the medium and long term, we're not anticipating an increase in gas demand, certainly not in Western Europe. Paweł Kazazik, European Program Director at Ember Energy Think Tank, said in an email, the continent is already heavily oversupplied towards 2030. That oversupply will get even more severe if the questionable fossil fuels import from the EU-US trade and tariff deal are implemented. Cutting dependency on gas from Russia or any other country can be achieved if gas consumption reduction measures continue in place, added Anna Maria Jailer lead energy analyst Europe with the Institute for Energy Economics Finances with the EU's Affordable Action, blah, 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 100 billion cubic meters of gas added to the block. Other analyses have warned of an oversupplied market of LNG where prices could soon begin to drop. Katrina said that that's not the future he sees ahead. Every time somebody tells me that demand for gas is going to go down, every statistic shows it has already gone up. That's why it's perfectly... Basically, somebody is saying, we need to stop investing in this because we need to do more of the renewable stuff. we shouldn't be relying on this. We need to start doing the more of the, and as we do the more of the renewable stuff, this will go away. But oh, is this the paragraph that I wanted originally? This represents yet another attempt by oil and gas interests to try and pitch an economically unavailable project to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians that only distracts from the need to transition rapidly to new renewable energy, added SCCF head communicator Connor Curtis. There will not be the necessary demand in the European Union or elsewhere for projects like this to be viable, as demand will peak and start to decline this decade with the global oversupply of LNG set to happen. Like Bay du Nord, this is a lot of hype over something limited, something of limited economic substance. Katrina said Carney's trip to Berlin last week, where he and Energy Natural Resources Minister Tim Hodgson announced plans to send Canada's first LNG shipments to, in the last 5 years, showed some public supported projects. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There are some projects that cost tens of billions, hundreds of billions, that won't be fully implemented. Like there's a dam in, I think it's BC, that was heavily pushed against, that won't be paid off for like 100 years to supply power and stuff like that. But by the time it's fully paid off, the dam will be useless, ideally, because we've switched over to renewable energies by then. I don't want to see any more pipelines of any sort, because we need to be focusing on just replacing all of them and let the attrition in pipelines happen as we move over to renewable energy sources and stuff. We need to make that happen, like now. Also, just a tiny update on the flight attendant thing. Flight attendants overwhelmingly vote against Air Canada wage offer. Issue is now in mediation. If necessary, will be resolved in arbitration, union says. Air Canada flight attendants on Saturday overwhelmingly voted against the airline's latest wage offer, their union said, a vote that's expected to have no impact on flight operations. The tentative deal, which ended a strike at the airline last month, included a 12% salary increase this year for most junior flight attendants and so on and so forth. The Canadian QP said in a statement that 99.1% of members rejected the proposal, arguing flight attendants would still earn less than federal minimum wage. That's a lot. Nobody votes that. Wow. Wow. You might as well just say 100% at that point, as opposed to like the one person who voted against it. The wage issue is now in mediation and will be resolved through arbitration. We deeply appreciate the patience and confidence of our customers have shown through the process, the airline says. The parties also agreed that no labor disruption could be initiated, and therefore will be no strike or lockout, and flights will continue to operate, the airline said. So QP Saturday criticized the government for getting involved, meddling. The federal government's intervention in the negotiations had a corrosive effect that was impossible to ignore, the union said. Rather than remaining neutral, it distorted the balance of the process by offering Air Canada the leverage to limit the wage increases offered to flight attendants. So the battle for fair wages is not over yet. Also, another sneaky thing that Mark Carney has done. I was about to say Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney. Because remember how there's no longer like a minister for people living with disabilities, DEI, that sort of thing. Well, he's gone and made another slight little change under the radar that some people might not be aware of, that they should probably be aware of. Because now, instead of like DEI and disabilities and a minister for women, equality and all that sort of stuff, it all got lumped into Minister of Jobs. No longer a Minister of Labor, Minister of Jobs. And we're going to be touching on something Trump also did along these lines. But yeah, we don't have a Minister of Labor anymore. We have Minister of Jobs, and that includes people with disabilities, because yeah, we should be having jobs, and women and DEI and all that sort of stuff. And so Sean Carlton is just pointing out, despite his campaign promise to continue to advance truth and reconciliation to build stronger relations between Canada and Indigenous nations, Carney's pushing a return to conservative style. Carney doing something conservative. No. Conservative style? No, it's not style. It's just conservative. Return to conservative, aggressive settler capitalism that is actually going to cause more problems. Resistance. And what is he talking about? So Dablo had tweeted this out. Carney has removed Cabinet Committee on Reconciliation and replaced it with Indigenous Economic Prosperity, Build Canada Committee, and Advance Reconciliation with Indigenous People under Cabinet Committee on Quality of Life being Committee to Investor Confidence. What? Let's read this. So if we go to this one here, it says, PM Carney has removed the Cabinet Committee on Reconciliation, something that he promised he was going to, well, not promised to remove it, but promised that he was going to respect reconciliation and all that sort of stuff, and replaced it with Indigenous Economic Prosperity. That sounds a lot like taking away the Minister of Labour's and replacing it with Jobs. Build Canada Committee and Advance Reconciliation with Indigenous Peoples under the Cabinet Committee on Quality of Life and Well-Being. Huh. So you got rid of the Advance Reconciliation and just Quality of Life and Well-Being. So you're just removing the Indigenous peoples from that. Not shocking. Not shocking. So, Advance Reconciliation with Indigenous Peoples is now under the Cabinet Committee on Quality of Life and Well-Being. The quality of their life and well-being under this government, not great. So, and that is a cabinet committee charged with social policy to consider ways to improve community safety and health, advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and augment the overall quality of life and well-being of Canadians. In my opinion, the changes to Carney's cabinet committee reflects the Carney's government's intent in Bill C-5 to place investor confidence above respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples or protecting the environment. So when he passed Bill C-5 and he did the thing where he's like, oh, no, we're still going to respect the Indian Act that's in it and consult with Indigenous peoples and blah, blah, blah. He's going to undermine it. He's going to circumvent it. He's going to find loopholes, which this government is very good at doing, to get what he wants. Yeah. So frustrating. Also, I want to do a little bit of follow-up on an interview I had with Yves Angler. You see, I had a very good interview with Yves Angler, but it's not getting any attention, nowhere near the amount of attention his interview with Jackson Hinkle is getting. So Desmond Cole tweeted this out. If the argument here is for moving an audience that disagrees with you on certain issues, you have to actually address those issues of disagreement. You can't talk exclusively about the things you agree on, then pat yourself on the back for reaching new people. And we're going to have to backtrack just a little bit here. So we go there. Yves was quote tweeting Rachel, who was like, sorry, NDP leadership hopeful Yves Angler went on Jackson Hinkle's podcast. Hinkle is a huge spreader of disinformation, particularly pro-Russia disinformation, and advocates for MAGA communism. This is a choice, and it was my choice to watch this at 1.75 speed so that I could actually, determine what the fuck was going on. This was a bad move. I'm not going to sugarcoat that. That was a bad move on Yves' part. You see, he should have somebody like me on team where I could have been like, oh, no, you don't go on Jackson Hinkle's show. You just don't. For the most part, what he said in this interview was fine. It was fine. But, according to both of them, the Ukraine, what Russia is doing to Ukraine is a proxy war for NATO. And I don't like that perspective. Again, I'm not too up to date with this, but I don't like that. That doesn't sit right with me. Eves does acknowledge that what Russia did was bad, but they were forced into it because of NATO. He shouldn't have gone on Jackson Hinkle's show. Plain and simple. For the first, like, 2/3 of this interview, it was fine, but he needs to do his research before going on things like this to find out what kind of bigot, racist, homophobic, misogynistic piece of shit Jackson Hinkle is. This is not a good look. Not a good look. Because Eves had tweeted out an apology, quote tweeting Rachel Gilmore, saying, "Throughout my decades of activism, I've taken every opportunity to speak the truth and spread my anti-imperialist message. When presented a chance to educate an audience I wouldn't otherwise reach, I often made use of platforms I disagree with." And, like, again, as Desmond Cole was saying, there's nothing technically wrong with going on these things, but you gotta call it bullshit. Not just agree with them. Like, if you want to reach the audience, you have to reach them by saying, here's the counterpoint, and here's why this counterpoint is reasonable. But to just go on and agree with everything, you're not reaching a new audience. No, this just wasn't good. It wasn't a good move. He says, "I want to be clear that I do not in any way support Jackson Hinkle." You supported him by going on his podcast. "His bigoted views are antithetical to everything the left stands for. The Eves Angler campaign will continue to oppose all forms of bigotry as we work towards the goal of building a just and fair society." So, like, the one thing that I will say is, Eves is being very consistent on his point of anti-imperialism when it comes to what he views NATO and stuff of that sort. Again, I don't necessarily like talking about this because I don't know what my feelings are on NATO. I don't know enough about it. But do I think that what's happening in Ukraine right now is a proxy war for NATO? No, I think that's just Russia. I think that's Russia doing imperialist Russia bullshit. But I don't know what I feel on NATO itself. But yeah, no, what's happening over there is because Russia invaded Ukraine. You can't get pressured into invading another country. Just like what's happening in Gaza right now. You can't do a preemptive genocide. You can't be bullied or peer pressured into invading a country. And it's just, this is sad because, Eves is really good on the issue of Gaza. And, if all he was a little bit, anti-imperialistic to the point that they don't want to do certain things, I could almost see it because, yeah, it is. He's so good on these other issues. This is just not good. It's because this really does taint his campaign by going on. So he continues, "An injury to one is an injury to all. It's not just a slogan. It's a non-negotiable principle that I've upheld through my lifetime of activism. Every marginalized person has a home within this campaign. We stand firmly opposed to anybody who exposes hateful beliefs or who makes common cause with the far right. Together we can build a prosperous and fair Canada that is free from housing insecurity, free from poverty, free from student debt, free from the shackles of marginalization. I hope you'll join in this." And he did talk about the housing issue. He talked about a lot of good things. And then the last chunk of that is the NATO, the proxy war stuff, while still acknowledging Russia bad. Like, that's the thing. He is being very consistent on his views. And, it is... And I'm still under the belief that if this is the worst of it, I can work with it. We can pressure him to stop with this stupid rhetoric. But again, I don't know enough about NATO as to, do I think NATO should be disbanded completely or revamped or what? I don't know. That's not my wheelhouse. But if he is pro-Russia, we can pressure him on that, versus he is absolutely anti-genocide. He has been arrested for it. He has stood his ground on that so hard. He's for, socialized housing. He said during my interview with him that he views expropriation of housing. And I'm like, damn straight. Yeah, good. I'm hearing things from him that I've never heard from a politician or potential politician, and I'm loving it. It's not good. This is not good. But if his talks of a proxy war with NATO is the only thing, I still feel like we can work with that. Because if he were to become the head of the NDP, he is not the party. The party would still be able to overrule him in certain ways. He has huge influence over the party. He's the figurehead. He represents it. But he is not the party. And so unless the rest of the NDP got on board with that particular issue, it wouldn't happen. But, the talk of the socializing of our government, the expropriation of houses. I like that. I like that. His talk about healthcare. Somebody in the comments to this was mentioning, oh, well, he hasn't talked about anything in disability. You obviously didn't watch my video interviewing him because I got him to talk about that. Like when it comes to domestic issues, he is spot on. Just everything that I'm hearing from him, he's spot on. So it's just, I know a lot of people don't like him that are on the left for probably this proxy war bullshit talk. But I think he would still make a really good leader for the NDP. He just needs to stop with this, and he needs to do proper vetting and investigation before just hopping on any YouTuber show. Which, kind of makes me feel bad that he probably didn't look into my channel at all and just risk coming on. He doesn't care as long as he's in front of a camera. I get it. That's generally speaking the only interviews I can get. So. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thanks for the facts, Sandy. I thank you for the super chat. Now let's get back into the SandBox before we move on to the next docket. I'm saving the Project 2025 stuff to the end. Close all those 11 tabs. Yes, close. I did watch the interview. It's only like 26 minutes long, but I watched it at like 1.75 speed. Oh. Because that's the other thing. I don't want to necessarily criticize somebody for going on to these shows until I hear what did they do well on that show. And so I heard what he did on that show, and it's just like, no, he had no clue who Jackson Hinkle was. That's not good. That's not good. You need to know who your opponents are. Oh, let's see. Lefty, Uncanny Valley ass PP. Yeah. 56 News Bridge. PP is a maple MAGA moron. Hello, Crouchy. Welcome to the SandBox. Oh, well, if he's going to crap on the conservatives, Carney, it's okay. Yeah, no, PP isn't going gaining ground because Carney's the conservative in that situation. Active advocate, I assume you mean the English London, because I live in Canada, in the Canadian one, and I haven't heard jack about mass arrests here. Yeah, talking about London, England, and all the protesters being arrested there. That's the thing, you see? You pawn jumpers and us, we have so much in common. But you see, from my place, from where I live, I can easily go to Paris, Fergus, London, Waterloo, Cambridge, and a whole bunch of other very UK sounding towns. Let's see. Uh, 56 Nick Rich, tariffs are taxes on consumers. Active advocate, yeah, SandeeLovas was saying this morning that we're looking at COVID scale money fiddling. I think I know the context to that, the austerity and all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, active advocate, yeah, Carney is just flat out conservative. There is no ifs, ands, or but about it. He's not liberal. He did a complete 180 on a lot of the things that he was talking about. Just look at what's happening in the UK right now with Keir Starmer. It's the same thing, but I'm pretty sure they're buddies because Mark Carney used to be the CEO of the Bank of England. And so they're all from the same ilk. But it's just he's turning his back on Canadians and he's doing everything. He's not doing what he ran on, the image that he ran on. And I say image because like a lot of these, I don't know if he said I would never do austerity or not. I don't remember that from the campaign per se, but I remember when I was covering the election and stuff, and I was talking to Mark Joycey, that we had hope that he would be responsive to the people. That was the impression I got from him during the election, that he would at least be responsive to the people. He's not. The little slack that I cut him because he wasn't a politician, he didn't have a record, is gone. It's gone. He's a conservative and he will destroy this country. Like Ala Deville, what the fuck is this analogy, LOL? Yeah, the skinny man trying to push the fat man around. That's what he can come up with on the spur of the moment. Crouchy, the majority report constantly points out the economists showed that Obama's austerity measures unnecessarily extended the recovery period from the financial crisis. But don't you get it? Mark Carney's going to do it right. He's going to do austerity right this time. Oh. Yeah, people making fun of PP's analogy. Crouchy, I joined the Liberal Party of Canada so I could vote in their leadership race, but Carney won, so screw it. I'm leaving LPC and joining federal NDP membership. Oh. I don't know when the deadline is to join in order to be able to vote with the leadership. But also, if you join the NDP, there's an option that they don't advertise on the membership fee page. I think you have to click it and it will open up type thing. But you can join it for nothing. If you live with poverty and stuff like that, they have that option of basically a pay what you can membership. But it's not obviously advertised. You have to find it on the main page. I believe it would still be there anyway. But I was hoping Karina Gould would become the leader. I knew she wouldn't, but I would have actually happily voted for the Liberal Party if she had become leader. Pixel Snob. Oh yeah, War Department. We're getting there. That's in the next docket. Yeah, it's in the next docket. Bad Lefty. They are never beating the settler colonialist allegations. Nope. Crouchy. Conservative Carney made the point of saying union jobs on the campaign trail, and for the first union strike on his watch, he does a back-to-work order within 12 hours. Carney is a slimeball weasel. Yeah. 56 Nick Rich. Indigenous peoples require reparations for the centuries of suppression. No amount of reparations will be enough. Hermeteorologist, do you not know who Jackson Hinkle is? I envy ignorance sometimes. And I don't mean ignorance in like a bad way. I mean that you don't know who he is. It's nice. He was on the Majority Report once for a debate. I actually influenced that debate. Very subtly, I had an influence on it. Before the debate was coming up, Sam Cedar was saying he knew nothing of Jackson Hinkle. And I'm like, oh, that's not good, because I studied Sam Cedar's debate styles, and so I actually know what his weaknesses are with that. And one of the weaknesses is being bait and switch. And so if he goes into a debate thinking that it's a good faith debate, and then it gets totally flipped on his head, he doesn't perform that well. And he can get thrown off. And I'm like, uh-oh. And so I'd sent a link to a video just to be like, here, you might want to see what he's saying in this first. Because in that video that I sent him, he was calling Ilhan Omar and Emma Vigeland a bitch. So just to, and that might be why she wasn't there during the debate. She actually, she came in near the end, and the end was so funny because they thought the conversation had ended, and so they're still like, so Emma had returned, and they're talking at like Sam and Emma and Matt are talking or whatever, and then all of a sudden Jackson cuts in again, and they're like, "What the fuck? You're still on the phone?" But yeah, he shows a little clip of something, and I sent him that link. I helped him prep for that interview. I'm taking the credit. But Jackson Hinkle is an absolute grifter, misogynistic, homophobic, horrid piece of individual, and goes for the MAGA communism. And right now he's getting a little bit more attention on Twitter and stuff because he's very anti what's happening to, he's being very anti-genocide when it comes to what's happening to the Palestinians. But he falls into the category of he's not being anti-genocide, he's just very anti-Semitic. That's the category he falls into. It's the Candace Owens category when it comes to that sort of thing. Yeah. I doubt he actually cares about what's happening to the Palestinians, but he can use it to bring hate onto Jewish people. Bad Lefty, not going to lie, I wish I knew who Hinkle was. Yeah, you can see, let's see. Go there. No, Justice and Kevin Logan are still on. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, there it is. I attempted to do a reaction video to this. It's not that great, but you can go back and watch it on my channel where I reacted to this debate that they had. And like all this very weird camera stuff was happening during it too. Let's see. Yeah, so this was going on for a bit. Like all this really bizarre camera stuff was happening. I want to get to the point where that was me. I did that because they lost Jackson for a bit and he had to come back on. Oh, here we go.
The fact of the matter is they were not going to vote for a Republican. The Democratic establishment
sure
would not
about
have allowed
that?
that to happen. And the fact that you're
who's
thinking
not gonna
that
let
there's
that
some
happen?
sort of the fact that you're thinking that there's some sort of practicality in this argument that Henry Cuellar or Gottheimer would have voted.
They didn't.
Because they voted for these bills without getting concessions in return.
How do you know?
Because
Joe Manchin, or are we talking about AOC? You said that Joe Manchin is worse than AOC, that AOC is more progressive. They're different people. They're two different houses. You understand how that works.
You want to hear the incredible thing, Sam? You want to hear the I understand that there are two separate chambers in Congress, Sam. You want to hear the incredible thing?
Hold on for 1 second,
Jackson. You to talk over.
Actually,
You
hold
haven't
on 1
ever
second.
let me answer the initial question you
I'll
asked.
let you answer
So
in a
let me
second.
say this.
Well, let me
The
play
interesting thing
Hold
here.
on 1 second, Jackson. Give me 1 second. Will you play the end of this, the Ilhan Omar thing? Because I thought this was sort of interesting, because I think it's possible that Jackson doesn't quite understand certain dynamics. Bradley, do you have that? Play this last clip, because I tuned into this, or I got to be fair. Somebody sent this to me.
It was me. I sent it to... It was me.
And I was curious because Jackson had done a video on our interview with Ilhan Omar and said it was shocking. And I was like, was it?
Anyway, where did they get back to? Like, oh my God, he's still here. Anyway, I'll toss this in the sandbox if you guys want to torture yourselves with watching it. If my internet was going any faster,
Did we do something that was shocking in the interview? But play the end.
Okay. So I remember they went through some stuff. My internet is very slow, so it's taking a while. No, where was it? Where was it? I can't. Yeah, they had brought something up on the screen. Oh, I guess it's around here.
So I think it's just
he can come back.
I want to say,
Yeah.
hey, tell him to come back.
He's got the Zoom link,
He
right?
clearly had some
He's got the
technical
link.
difficulties, so if,
Yeah.
if he wants to come back for round two, I think that's the best thing for everybody, just to clear up some of these questions.
He can fix his camera. He can sort it all out. We can follow
People are
up some
saying
of this
that-
stuff.
Let's see. Let's read some of our IMs, shall we? World-class illustrator. I can't believe you scheduled an hour for this garbage. Well, he was nice about understanding my.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
He's back. Okay, good.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a very painful but funny. Like if you were watching it just to have a laugh, it was a funny interview. But yeah, you can watch that if you like. Close that because it's taking too much memory. Bad Lefty saying austerity never works unless they are not trying to improve economics. Maybe they are trying to send more money to the 1%, but I'm a tinfoil hat wearing commie. Yeah. Crouchy. Oh, there's a pay what you can membership for federal NDP. It's only $10 yeah, I believe so. Canada's NDP. I still get emails from them. I've tried to unsubscribe so many times. So if we go... So here you can become a member. You put in the postal code and stuff. I'm underdeployed. Undeployed, underdeployed. You can click that. I'm not going to put in my postal code for people to say, but you do that and then it gives you a different option. It's not going to let me go forward without my postal code in there. I'm not giving you guys my assassination coordinates. But yeah, so you just click I'm underdeployed, and then you can get different options when you go to pick which membership level to pay. Crouchy saying, I voted for Karina Gould to be leader of LPC2. People say she is bad on Palestine. So yeah, still better than Carney, or we must serve capital free land. Yeah, she said some good stuff. Wait, did it jump? Crouchy, I learned today that Jackson Hinkle and Infrared Haas are trying to take over the socialist and communist subreddits by applying for moderator where the mod team is inactive. I hope enough people have learned their lesson not to rely on leaders who don't have a voting record in Parliament. Oh. Let's see. 56 Nick Rich. Grandmothers Against Genocide is a great activist movement. Nobody can debate them. Crouchy, during the debate with Jackson Hinkle, go ahead and mute me as my stream ding dong Sam Cedar. Yeah. Garachi Bad Empanada made a video laughing about how much Jackson Hinkle was dunking on Sam Cedar and making a fool out of Sam Cedar. So that is one of the takes of Bad Empanada I disagree with. Yeah, right after that debate, Jackson was trying to portray it that he nailed Sam the same way Sam nailed Steven Crowder when he popped on stream with H3. And Steven Crowder wasn't expecting it in that reaction and stuff. Jackson Hinkle was literally trying to play it off like he knocked Sam to that level and had a cigar fetish thing going on. I don't know. It was weird. I do remember I put that in my video when I was recapping it. Please don't feel you need to go back and watch my reaction video to it, because it wasn't good. It wasn't good. And it wasn't a real reaction video. It was more like a deconstruction video, so you're not watching me watch it. I was just, here are different parts about it and stuff. Bad Lefty are somebody Sandy. Yes. Yeah, I think I sent it to him saying you need to see this before your debate. Something along those lines. And as luck would have it, he did, because you can email majority reporters. There's no guarantee they're going to see it, but luckily he saw that one. No, he's not the abundance guy. That was somebody else so live. And also, just pointing, Bad Lefty mentioning the Jimmy Dore fan thing. They purposely, Majority Report purposely titled it that way as a dig towards Jackson, that he was just some Jimmy Dore fan as opposed to giving him actual credit. Crotchy, oh, maybe that's why I got the $10 a year option, because I chose the underemployed option. Like Sandy said, I got laid off recently. Well, I hope you fix that up. And I think you can even, once you're into the next screen, even choose like a lower level. But yeah, I hope you find a new job soon. Is my mic turned down? I don't think. I was probably just not speaking into it properly. Okay, let's get back into it. So I have some US news, followed by a little bit more Canadian news talking about temporary foreign worker program. Been at this for almost 3 hours. God damn it. This whole idea of like, oh, I'm going to split up my my topics so that I can have like, you know, a 2.5 hour stream as opposed to a 5 hour long stream. This turns into longer streams. But this time I thought ahead and I started a lot earlier so that I can get done at a decent time, because I need my time afterwards to unwind and do things that I like and go into my little imaginary world of this book. Dreaming about the sequels and prequels. I live in this book whenever I'm not participating in reality, and I really like it. And for those of you who have read the book, I don't know if you'll be happy to know, but Brody has a much more bigger role in the sequels. And you get to learn a lot about Lucas and, you know, more about Minuet's and Raphael's relationship. And there's some other characters that you haven't been introduced to yet that will become mainstay characters. But yeah, I can't wait to get back into the book. So that's my motivation for getting my TYT video done. And let's see, so I got a $2 super chat. If I get $28 more, you can see that sneak peek of the TYT video, the Francesca segment, which is pretty much, it's done. Like there'll be adjustments and stuff, but I have it together the way that I want. And so we could do a sneak peek, but it's literally like you're watching an MCU movie before they've added in the special effects. So you see the green screen behind you, the dots on the people with the funky pajamas, and all that sort of stuff. Or like you see the one guy walking around on his knees because he was playing Rocket Raccoon and stuff. That's the level of sneak peek you would get. 56 Nick Rich. I've been an adherent of the Midas Touch Network for years, and the Charlie Angus Midas Canada Network is looking fabulous. I haven't watched too much of it because, I don't know, I think Midas Touch gives Canada way too much credit on a lot of things. Because I'm looking at it as like, oh, so you're just liberals. Okay. Because you're giving way too much credit for, ooh, Canada stood strong on this thing. No, we haven't. No. Anyway, Content warning for the next story. Sexual assault related material. Talking about Jeffrey Epstein and somebody who wants to become president of Ireland. Yeah, bad lefty. You're going to hear that story. But the reason why I've decided to tie these two things together is we got to start making it a thing where people who are known sex offenders of any sort don't get into politics. That needs to be normalized, not letting politicians be sex offenders of any sort. That should be normalized. That they have no records, nobody coming out, nobody saying anything, no credible accusations, none of it. There should be none of it, let alone people who have actually gone to trial and been proven to have actually done these things. That should be normalized, not having sexual predators in government. So don't worry, I know he can't. Bad lefty. So this is from Twitter. So Jeffrey Epstein's victims announced they will disclose the identities of his clients themselves without any government involved. And some of my commentary on this, because I was going to talk about it earlier, but then I thought not, but then I'm tying it into the next story, so sure. It shouldn't be the responsibility of the victims to get accountability for what was happened to them. And that's the case so often when it comes to this type of crime, that it's on the victims to seek justice. And they shouldn't be put in this position, because they're going to be targeted, they're going to be harassed, their lives are going to be put on display for everyone. They're going to have so many people telling them, oh, you wanted it, or it wasn't real, or it was no big deal, or why do you go to the island then, or something of that sort, and trying to blame the victim. And they are just putting themselves out there for abuse. But that's the only way they could potentially get any sort of justice for what's happened. Because let's face it, yeah, Epstein's dead. We're not going to get justice in that way. His girlfriend went to jail for a bit. She's probably going to get out. But where are all the people involved? It's kind of like when you only arrest the prostitutes and the pimps. You know, the prostitutes, first of all, shouldn't be arrested because they were often there against their will. But then you arrest some of the pimps. But what about all the men that were paying for it? Where are all the men that were going to this island? Because we know there's a lot of famous names. We know that there has to be some of them shitting themselves that these files will actually get out. Where are the prosecutions for that? Where is the hunger for the prosecutions for that? When it comes to the government, that hunger isn't there. When it comes to the actual victims, yeah, they want it out. And I'm sure, I am positive there's evidence of a lot of this, because those pervs like to record themselves. But it's disgusting that the victims are the ones that are going to have to try to get some sort of accountability for these absolutely horrendous crimes that happen to them. And it shouldn't be on them. So.
And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you. And
yeah, it shouldn't be on them to have to do this fight. But speaking of a horrid individual that wants to get into power, we have. So Dree was pointing out a criminal rapist. I don't know the type of language. I've never actually been demonetized for saying anything like that, but I don't want to risk it. So a criminal, horrible person winning a presidential election, you right, buddy, and get realistic. And this is from Conor McGregor. And for those who don't know, the crime was... Let's just say if you don't know and you want to know, you can Google it, because I don't want to say because of how extreme it was. And what that woman went through was just beyond comprehension. But to say that this guy is a horrendous piece of shit is there aren't explicitives strong enough for who this person is. So he says, citizens of Ireland, the time for real change is now. As president, I will not sign any bill into law, blah, blah, blah. We're just going to listen to a little bit of this so I can see if I can pick up the cadence.
Well, we are over 200 days into the formation of current government.
Over 200 days of formation of government.
In these times, this government has cost us our peace of mind, our security, our hope for the future, and the general well-being of Irish citizens nationwide has decreased dramatically.
Well, I would suggest to you that maybe you do something about the angle of the camera there, because you've got way too much headspace here. You know, you got to center yourself a little bit.
Whereby we have seen the homelessness of Irish children risen to levels unprecedented, proving this
Oh, I'm sure you care about them children.
government's refusal to abide by and respect our proclamation, and where all children of Ireland are to be cherished. Instead, our children abandoned. This incompetent failure of future generations has been accompanied with an intense influx of mass migration into an already severed system. Our tourism has sharply declined.
Tourism has sharply declined around the world.
While danger on our streets has risen.
The streets are more dangerous with you on them. I think if you want a little less danger on the streets, you need to leave.
Ireland, as a master of martial combat, a solution-driven man, you will hear me speak on a problem but once. Then it is action towards solution.
You are the problem. But as Bad Lefty was getting to in the SandBox, Danny Boy here says, the replies to this feel like entertaining an alternate reality, or more specifically, just USA. There's a 0% chance of him getting nominated to run for the presidency, never mind winning it. Anybody outside Ireland remotely interested in why that is, I'll briefly outline it. And Bad Lefty, let me know if this is correct, because I don't know enough, and let me know if I am just totally destroying the accent. I was doing better earlier, but I hadn't spent like 3 hours talking already. But yeah, let me know how I'm doing with the accent. Ah, damn it, I think I need to listen to him again to get sympathetic here. I'm going to embarrass myself, okay? You can't just run for president. You have to be nominated to run by either 20 members of the tax or 4 councils. I'll go through the possibilities and explain in hopefully American accessible English why he has 0% chance of both those routes. 20 members of the parliament involves 20 elected representatives nominated a man recently found liable for that thing in a civil trial. There might be 20 such representatives in the USA willing to end their political careers in doing so, but in Ireland, we may have 1. There's a total of 234 members of the comprised of 174 TDs and 60 senators. That is roughly the equivalent of being a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Senator, roughly equivalent to the U.S. Senate, but with much less legislative power. Sky News asked 104 TDs and 30 senators if they're willing to nominate Conor McGregor to run for president. Results? Yes, I am. 0 out of 134, which means it's 0%. Not a hope in hell, 134 of 134, which is 100%. And since he was targeting this towards an American audience, he felt it necessary to put that percentage in so that they would understand what he was saying. That's not even paraphrasing. It's in the headline in the article. 4 councils. There are 31 city and county councils. Each of them can nominate 1 candidate, so a maximum of 7 candidates can be emerged with the support of 4 councils. First, there's a resolution proposing a candidate, and there's a vote in council requiring a majority. For the above-mentioned civil trial alone, there isn't one iota of a chance that 4 council nominating him. There's not even getting into the fact that he's still under a criminal investigation for subordination perjury and yet may end up in prison over that. It's 100% no-go. There is a third way of being nominated that doesn't apply to Connor. Article 12.4.4 degrees of Irish Constitution allows current and former president who has only served 1 7-year term to nominate themselves. The one living person this applies to is former President Mary Robinson. Slightly reductive to state our presidency is largely ceremonial or that it involves a lot of garden parties. Mostly true, though. Moreover, the presidency being largely symbolic, lacking executive power means people prefer unifying candidates. Dissolves gobshites unwelcome. Gobshites. Divisive gobshites unwelcome. Connor is self-evidently free to claim he is running for president and or free to dupe his legion of American followers into believing it. Objectively, he won't get anywhere near the nomination to run. If you're not in the race, you can't win the race. It ain't happening. So how'd I do? How is that bad, Lefty? I used to be able to do it so much better until I had to try to learn a Newfoundland accent, and then it totally threw it off. But I'm going to let you guys get your chuckles out before I get down to that part in the sandbox. I still have more American-esque news to go over, but we need to normalize not even what's the word? Not even what's the word when you pretend to let this be a thing? There's a word for it. We can't normalize even hypothetically having, that's not it. Can't normalize contemplating this. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. So Soul Life saying, if that was law and you couldn't run if you were just accused, politicians would abuse the hell out of that system. You think there's desperate girls that do it for $100? No. Crotchy, I looked at NDP membership PDF of guidelines and it says must be member in good standing 60 days before January 28th, 2026. Okay, so you still have time if you want to vote in the NDP federal leadership race. Did anyone hear Lagala DeVille? Anyone heard Kevin O'Leary's take on this? Fuck, I'm going to be switching in and out of that accent now for I think I did, but I overlooked it because as 56 Nick Rich says, O'Leary is a fuckwad. And really should not be paid attention. Like he's a nobody that just was rich and was on a couple of reality shows. I might actually still get done at a decent time. Oh shit, no. Sorry. I still have a fairly bit in this docket to go, and that's before the Project 2020. God damn it! I'm not shortening these at all. Oh. Soul Life, I'm pretty sure some of these people are famous and they would know their names, but I'm not sure if you were just being sarcastic there. Bad Lefty. Also, the Irish president has almost 0 powers. Yes. The true Democratic North, they really believe that their ideology will work. Hello, Bobby, and hello, True Democratic North. Like DeVille, I'm keeping American accessible English, yeah. And I see a lot of people laughing. I did that for you. Got Clover and stuff. 56 Nick Rich. I'm glad Canada legalized recreational cannabis on October 17th, 2018. It should be a national day of celebration. Maybe a paid holiday. Did I turn Scottish? Because I really love the Scottish accent. I'm just saying, like, out of all of them, that one to me is like, I really love that. I thought it's still sounding a little bit Irish to me. I guess it depends on where. Hermatologist always liked gobshite. Hello, Rachel Atwood. You were back just in time, I imagine, for my perfect nailing of an Irish accent. Scottish is British. I think I totally nailed it. Oh. But yeah, let me know. Let me know. If people want to pay me money, I will do more segments in that accent. No, I won't. Unless you pay me a lot of money, then yes, I would. Gotcha, I was LOLing at the survey where McGregor got 0% favorability for nomination, yeah. Like Ala DeVelli should try doing a Welsh accent and see how it ends up sounding instead. I don't know Welsh accent. I know Irish, I know Scottish, and I know some British, depending on where you are, but I wouldn't be able to say, oh, that's a Welsh accent if I were to hear it. Because as far as I know, no one lives there. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, I don't hear of people saying, yeah, I'm Welsh. I hear people saying all the time Irish, Scottish, or British, but I don't know of anybody that goes around saying I'm Welsh. I know they exist, but yeah. Bad Lefty Jamaican. Welsh always ends up Jamaican? Ooh, then I'm definitely not going to try that one, because coming from this pasty face, that would just seem racist. You see, I'm paler than Irish, so I can get away with mocking an Irish accent. I'm too pale to be Irish. True Democratic North gave a $2 super chat. Thank you. I'm going to need a lot more than a $2 super chat if you want to hear more of that accent, especially this late in the game. Hello, Bozed. Because I've already been speaking for like 3 hours straight. It takes a toll on the voice, and you need to have a rested voice to be able to pull off saying accents you're not familiar with. Oh, but appreciate the super chat. Rachel Atwood, Hungarian vampire. I can do a bit of vague East European accent, but not. I have to be in the right headspace for it. I wouldn't be able to do it right now. And then some people would get insulted thinking I'm trying to mimic being Roma, but it's like, look at me. I am Hungarian. Like, it's just, that's my last name. My last name is Hungarian. Like, okay, let's get back into doom and gloom. Well, United States. So, in the United States recently, Donald Trump has decided to invade the United States. Multiple states at this point, with the threat of even more. And quite often, it's neighborhoods with people of certain complexions, not like mine, that are targeted. And people are living in fear. And it's scary, scary times. So, let's see what people are doing there. So thousands protest for a free DC on fourth week of federal control in Washington. And this is from CTV News. Thousands of protesters marched across Washington, D.C. on Saturday in one of the largest demonstrations against U.S. President Donald Trump's federal takeover of policing in the nation's capital. Behind a bright red banner reading "End the D.C. Occupation" in English and Spanish, protesters marched over 2 miles from Meridian Hill Park to Freedom Plaza near the White House to rail against the fourth week of National Guard troops in the federal agency on D.C. streets. I don't think I need to go too much over this because people who are in the know that this is happening. It's good to see that protests are still allowed to happen. But let's just skip down a bit. Jun Lee, a printmaker artist living in Washington, showed up with a free DC sign that she made at a woodcut block. On a woodcut block, she said she came to the protest because she was saddened and heartbroken about the impact of the federal intervention on her city. This is my home, and I never ever thought all this stuff that I watch in history documentary that I'm actually living in person. And this is why it's important for everyone. This is our home. We need to fight. We need to resist, she said. And I think this goes back to what Grand Theft Autobot was saying earlier, that just the shock of seeing what's happening and realizing that you're living through what we're living through right now. Like just the shock of the acceptance of like, this is fascism. This is fascism. It's not starting, it's here. This is what it looks like. And this is how it was able to get to death camps. This is, it starts here, it ends up in concentration camps. And there's a certain level of shock to think that, no, it's now. Like, this is happening now. But as we can see, Trump threatens Chicago with apocalyptic force, and Pritzker calls him a wannabe dictator. Ain't nothing wannabe at this point. U.S. President Donald Trump on Saturday amplified his promise to send National Guard troops and immigration agents to Chicago by posting a parody image of... Again, this is just, it's mind-boggling that this is real. But he posted a parody image from Apocalypse Now featuring a ball of flames as helicopters zoom over the nation's second largest city. I love the smell of deportations in the morning, Trump wrote on his social media site. Chicago is about to find out why it's called the Department of War, and we'll get to that in just a moment. The president offered no details beyond the label. I'm not even going to say this. It sounds racist. No. A play on the title of the movie, the so-called dystopian movie of 1979, film set in Vietnam War, which a character says, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It's not, like, I thought dystopians weren't supposed to be real. Like, it's just, yeah. So Trump on Friday signed an executive order seeking to rename Defense Department, and we'll get to that one in a second because the BBC has a really good article about it. Where you have to go for news sources on different stories depending on which country it's in is pretty ridiculous. In addition to sending troops to LA, Yeah, so I don't think we need to go much more, but Trump has suggested that he has nearly limitless power when it comes to deploying the National Guard. At times, he's even touched on the question about being a dictator. Most people are saying if you call him a dictator, if he stops a crime, he can be whatever he wants. I'm not a dictator, by the way, Trump said last month. He added, not that I don't have, I would, the right to do anything I want. I'm the president of the United States, Trump said. If I think our country is in danger, and it's in danger these cities, I can do it. Well, there used to be like checks and balances in place. But, you know, when you have so many Supreme Court justices picked out that are horrid, it's, yeah. So this is from the BBC. Trump rebrands Department of Defense as Department of War. You know, the last time it was called the Department of War, there's this thing called war between the US and part of what wasn't quite Canada yet at the time, but was British settlement. Yeah. It was called the Department of War back then as well. U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Friday that directs the Department of Defense to be known as Department of War. The move restores the name the agency last held in the 1940s, and according to the text of the old order seen by the BBC, the aim is to project strength and resolve. It's not, I'm getting more aggression and insecurity from that. The department will initially use the new name as a secondary title, while the administration seeks congressional approval to make the change permanent. The White House is yet to say how much a rebrand would cost, but U.S. media expect a billion-dollar price tag for the overhaul of hundreds of agencies, emblems, emails, addresses, and uniforms. Like, that's the thing. If I've worked in retail, the head office of a retail, you can't just rebrand. It costs a shit ton of money to do that, because logos and you know, the store exteriors and all that sort of stuff would have to change too. It costs a lot of money. And so to rebrand this, an organization as big as it is, we're talking the mugs even, the uniforms, the lettering on the outside of the buildings, the letterhead, finding the logo, paying people to make the logo and all that. I'll make the logo. I won't do anything nefarious with it. Pay me to make the logo. This is just, it's, yeah, I can see it absolutely being $1 billion price tag for that. The Department of Defense, which was DOD, which will now be DOW, which oversees the U.S. Armed Services, is the successor of the War Department, which was first established as a cabinet-level agency in 1789 and existed till 1947. The executive order says the name of the Department of War conveys a stronger message of readiness and resolve compared to Department of Defense, which emphasizes only defensive capabilities. Yeah. You shouldn't be going to war. Should be just defending your, yeah. I don't think the United States wanting to go to war is a good thing. Especially not living on the border. I think it's a much more appropriate name in light of where the world is right now. Who made that world where it is right now? Again, this is like, as a Canadian, sitting on the border in a very annexable part of it, this really gets me worried. Like, it just, this is, I'm worried. I'm worried. Trump said in the Oval Office on Friday, adding, it sends a message of victory. What? The order says Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth will now be known the Secretary of War. It instructs him to recommend and include legislative and executive actions to move towards a permanent renaming of the department. We're going to go on offense, not just defense. Maximum lethality, not tepid legality. Violent effects, not politically correct, he said. We're going to raise up warriors, not just defenders. That's, yeah. And here's a dramatic video making it happen. Who's paying for this? And as somebody's pointing out, it's like, oh, gee, so I imagine the groceries are cheap, and that's why you're going to spend $1 billion on this rebound.
Sign, a formal name change would have to be approved by Congress. According to a White House fact sheet obtained by CBS News, the Trump administration argues that the term Department of War.
With these amount of tattoos on his hands, I think he would be a little bit more worried about what would happen to him after his job is done. Just saying, looks like biohazards. Or a spiky panda.
Conveys a stronger message of readiness and resolve and reflects its unmatched power as the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world.
And I love how it's like, you're taking way too long for this. And so this other guy comes in and he's like, done. Next letter. Boom. Done. Next letter. Done. Anyway. So here ICE has released a video of its raid on Hyundai's LG Georgia battery plant site, showing Korean workers chained up and led away. South Korea's foreign minister has confirmed over 300 of the 457 taken into custody are Korean nationals. And this just happened, and this is Rafael Rashid, says Seoul-based freelance journalist. Again, I get a little wary sometimes reporting on some of this because I don't know the sources all that well. But U.S. authorities have reportedly detained 450 workers at Hyundai LG battery plant construction site. This is important. Construction site in Georgia yesterday, including over 30 South Koreans said to have legitimate visas. Seoul has expressed concern and says Korean nationals' right must not be unjustly violated. And here's the a video on it. There's no commentary, it's just showing the video. But they film this for propaganda. It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
And I think they switched over to a different group of people that are there, but... So again, since I don't know too much about this, and I like to have stories sit, but I just thought this would be interesting. But, you know, this person has over 130,000 followers. It doesn't mean that they're a legitimate source or anything. But if this is real, like, again, I hate reporting on things these days when you can't verify things so easily. But this sounds about right, and I hate using that excuse because a lot of people use AI-generated stuff to say, well, it sounds like something they would say. But I imagine more details of this will be coming out in the near future. So this person, Christopher Webb, says, something folks are missing here. This raid wasn't about illegals taking American jobs. It was about ICE storming the Hyundai LG battery plant in Georgia, part of a $7.6 billion meta plant project that isn't even operational yet. They dragged out more than 300 South Korean engineers and specialists, people flown in to help stand the place up so it could be eventually employed thousands of Georgians, Americans. This plant wasn't scheduled to start running until late 2025 or early 2026. These workers weren't taking jobs. They were building the factory that would create them. Reports suggest this wasn't about undocumented workers. At worst, it was visa infractions, the wrong paperwork, the wrong classification. Instead of sorting it out, we humiliated our allies and hauled their workers off in shackles. South Korea is one of America's most important partners, and in an election stunt, we just told them our people are expendable. Farmers already learned this lesson in Alabama when crops rotted in the fields. Now Georgia might learn the hard way with batteries. The questions We should be asking, will this plant ever get up and running on time, or did politics just kneecap one of the biggest clean energy projects in the country and the damage to our relationship with South Korea long term? Now let's chat about the informant and her ill-thought-out plan. Tory Branham, Republican running in Georgia's 12th, bragged about pushing the ICE raid on Hyundai's construction site. It was a political stunt, but she didn't think it through. The raid stalled. The battery plant isn't even scheduled to open, and most of the weren't taking jobs, and he repeats himself. So this is a clip from CNN here.
475 individuals detained on Thursday. This was during one of the largest immigration raids in recent history.
Yeah, there are the people who pretty much are trying to convey, Victor, throughout South Korea that they understand that immigration law needs to be upheld. They understand to a degree that side of the equation. But if you put yourself in the shoes of the South Koreans who are going to the United States to try to help out President Trump's vision of making American industry great again, I think people are astonished here, Victor, that even if there were visa irregularities for more than 300 South Koreans, what you've heard here in Seoul and throughout South Korea over the weekend is pretty much the following, that even if there were visa violations, how about authorities from the United States coming to this plant and saying, hey, we think that XYZ is wrong? Instead, there is an astonished and floored feeling that people have looking at this video released from ICE, seeing fellow South Korean citizens with chains around their...
Hi, bye, Blue Snake. Nice seeing you. Thanks for coming out. And yes, I think they should find some middle ground and call it DODO, the Department of Defense and Defense. It'd have the added advantage of reflecting the state of U.S. soft power. If you want a good kick, you can go back earlier in the stream later on, where I did the most brilliant, spot-on Irish accent one could ever imagine a foreigner doing.
Their waists led away in handcuffs when you're talking about a key American ally right next door to China in this critical part of the world that's trying to help out American industry. I cannot stress enough to our American audience and people watching around the world the feeling of betrayal that is emanating from all corners of South Korean societies.
How anyone would feel safe going to work in the States right now is beyond comprehension, because this is what they're doing to their allies. You know, this was an ally. They were going to be making jobs. Like, it's just... Again, I am so curious what's going to happen during the World Cup, because I can't imagine too many people actually want to go to the States, because they would risk things like this.
So to wrap up where we're going here, we don't know when exactly this plane is leaving from Seoul, how long it's going to take to get all 300 plus people onto the plane and back home. We're trying to wrap up our reporting when we're going to be able to talk to the people who were detained by ICE, asking them what exactly it was like. And it's still unclear, Victor, what precise infractions people had been detained under. We have somewhat of an idea that perhaps, you know, the visa, specific visas were not what they should have been, but it's still a pretty vague idea. But I can tell you the emotional collateral damage from this policy is still felt here, acutely so, and it's not going to go away for a long time.
Like, even if the visa paperwork wasn't completely filled out properly or something, is that really a deportable offense? Like, really? But that leads me into temporary foreign workers here in Canada. There's been quite a stir about that recently. And so Mark Merson is just saying this is insane. So One BC calls for an immediate suspension of immigration into Canada. One BC leader, Dallas Brody, today called for an immediate suspension of immigration into Canada, citing strain and mass migration on British Columbia's housing, healthcare, and job market. So yes, blame the immigrants is what she's doing. Oh, I didn't realize there was a video.
Mass migration has destroyed Canada.
Oh, there's music in the background, so never mind, and she's a idiot. Just a reminder of to who this person is. MLA expelled from BC Conservatives launches new One BC party. She was too racist for the Conservative Party of BC. Said some very said some, what was it? really anti-Indigenous stuff, but just a horrible individual. But her stance around conservatives, like Pierre Poilievre is picking up on this, and it's bad enough that the conservatives are here, but then you get things like this. BC Premier wants temporary foreign worker program canceled or reformed. EB blames immigration system for filling homeless shelters and food banks. So here's Dallas Brody calling for that sort of thing, and she is a right-wing nut job. And here's the New Democrat, NDP leader of BC saying the same thing. Now there is some nuance in here. So EB says the temporary foreign worker program is not working. It should be canceled or significantly reformed. We can't have an immigration system that fills up our homeless shelters and our food banks. We can't have immigration system that outpaces our ability to build schools and housing. We can't have an immigration program that results in high youth unemployment. It's rare show of unity between EB and one of the BC's NDP and the federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who on Wednesday called for the program to be scrapped. At a press conference in Mississauga, Ontario, he blamed temporary foreign workers for shutting our own youth out of jobs. It should not be a thing. It should not be a thing. The immigrants are not the problem when it comes to housing and food banks. It's society. It's the fact that housing is so insecure. Like, it's not the fault of the immigrants. It's the fault of the policies of the government for decades. So here's BC Premier want temporary foreign worker program canceled or reform, and so does Pierre Poilievre. Now, EB will say something more along the lines like, oh, also the employers are taking advantage of them and we can't have that. Poilievre is more just like exactly like, oh, no, it's they're taking jobs and housing and all that sort of stuff. Oh, good, it's a video that looks like I'm watched, so we can watch it so I can rest my voice. Let's refresh that.
The individual temporary foreign workers, the workers themselves, they are not bad people. They are not the problem. They are being taken advantage of by liberal corporate elites who want to use them to drive down wages.
In taking aim at the temporary foreign worker program, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is trying to calm hatred towards the workers and redirect it towards their corporate employers. Poilievre says the government should scrap the program altogether and accuses a Canadian corporate icon of abusing the program.
Tim Hortons has hired an unimaginable 1,131% more temporary foreign workers in the last 4 years. In the first half of this year alone, the TFW program has imported 74% more low-skilled labor than...
I'm running out of steam and we don't need to hear the rest of this. Some is true, some is not, and a lot of it is, yes, the corporations are taking advantage of temporary foreign workers. Oh, and then this is just Mark Carney saying that he talks to businesses over people. Well, I don't think we need to watch that. But this I found was interesting because it's not so cut and dry. Do I think there's a place for a temporary foreign worker program here in Canada? Yes. And this woman will point out some of those reasons. But it comes down to like seasonal work in particular. Canadians are going to want jobs that last more than a season, so they're less likely to take a seasonal job unless it somehow magically falls within like the summer and they're students. But if they're not students, they're going to want a job that lasts more than a season. There are remote towns and cities and stuff that people need workers for, but youth or people are not going to move to those cities or little townships to get a job washing dishes or something. And so if you have temporary foreign workers, they will go and fill those particular jobs. So I do see in a country like Canada, there is a place for this. Unfortunately, it is right now a lot of corporations just taking advantage of foreign workers to the point it's been labeled as slavery in some investigations. That, their passports are taken away, they're abused, they get almost no money. So that definitely needs to be taken into account. Also, when it comes to like a city like Toronto, you shouldn't need temporary foreign workers because people who work those jobs, like Tim Hortons and dishwashers and stuff, should be able to afford to live in the city. Because if you had that, you would have lots of workers readily available. Like for me, really, the only things that I could see it being useful for are seasonal and remote communities where people don't want to just up and move to. That's really the only places that I see it useful. Other than that, there needs to be more incentives for Canadians to get into these jobs. You need to pay them fairly. Like even foreign workers should be paid fairly. You shouldn't be hiring them just so you can pay them less. But yeah, she points out some of this stuff. I think it starts about here.
The problem with Poilievre's comments, like throw
40-hour week, 52 weeks a year. That's not indentured wages. That's not low wages. And if you're in a place and there are challenges in the local market, what do you do if this program goes away?
Well, like that's exactly the problem with Poilievre's comments. Like throw the baby out with the bathwater all the time. They just always speak in absolutes, and there's such a mischaracterization. Like I agree with what Brad said. I agree with what Tim said. I think that there are challenges with the program. I think the Prime Minister said the same thing. There are fixes to be had, but you're villainizing all businesses. All businesses must be looking for cheap labor. Small businesses must be looking for cheap labor. That's not the truth. And Dan Kelly from CFIB.
Kind of true, though.
The Canadian Federation of Independent Business came out today with a smackdown to Poilievre and said, listen, there's a few things at play here. In many cases, these jobs are in rural and remote parts of Canada. There isn't a bunch of Canadian youth who are lined up waiting for those jobs in rural Saskatchewan to wash dishes. It's just not happening. In fact, many of these temporary workers are protecting Canadian jobs for the reasons that Tim just mentioned, because those employers would have to shut down if they didn't have employees who would work the kinds of jobs the Canadian youth, frankly, are not lining up for. So when you conflate the issues, when you say things like we're boxing out Canadian youth from getting jobs, you inflame an issue that doesn't need to be inflamed instead of constructively looking at a policy and saying, what could we tweak or manage here to make it more productive for the country? You're playing politics with good policy, and that's a problem.
I get the feeling that there was another video that I wanted to watch on this somewhere. Oh, was it this one? It might have been to watch the rest of this one.
In all of 2015.
Poilievre says though Liberals promised to trim the program, numbers are on track to grow this year. The Tory leader says it's clear TFWs are needed for agriculture and proposes a sector-specific program there. But some businesses are refuting Poilievre's claims. In a written statement, Tim Hortons Media Relations says less than 5% of its 100,000 employees are temporary foreign workers, and over 1,300 locations currently have open roles, with restaurant owners preferring to hire Canadians first. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business disagrees. In a post on X, its president Dan Kelly says in part, "Do we believe there are lineups of Canadian youth looking to move to rural Saskatchewan to take a job washing dishes at the pizza place, or small-town Quebec to clean hotel rooms, even if the wages were double and far outside the reach of any small business owner?"
You know, if you look at some of the smaller players, probably myself included, we probably have between 5 to 8% of our workforce being foreign workers, and that amounts to 2-3 people. Whereas you've got other operations that might have hundreds of people.
Anish Mehra has used the program to bring chefs to his East India Company restaurants for close to 25 years. Mehra disputes TFWs are low-skill, low-wage workers and says it takes years of training before a chef's ready to work in his kitchen, and adds he pays livable wages. Mehra agrees the program needs fixing, but Canada shouldn't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
I'm sure you've seen politicians who have done things that they're not supposed to do. And do we broad stroke remove all politicians? No.
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. We've seen lots of politicians do things they're not supposed to do. Let's just remove all of them. I'd be game for that. I think that's what I wanted to see with that. Okay. And close all these. So now it's just the 2025 stuff to go over, and that's not actually a huge docket. So I might still get done at a semi-reasonable time. There we go. So check the SandBox. Look out, Bill says Queen died 3 years ago and still haven't seen a new fiver. In real life, it takes forever to rebrand anything. We actually have coins now with the king on it. I have to check to see if the crown is there. But I've seen coins with the king on it. I haven't paid too much attention to it yet. But I know on our coins with the queen, well, it probably helps that we actually print our money. There was no crown for the last bunch of versions of it. Partly because she realized we don't like her so much. So we're one of the few areas where she actually wasn't wearing the crown on the coins. Rich P, I don't want my country to go to more war. Let's see. People are saying. Hello, Monope. Inflow Snake popped in and out. 56 next bridge. South Korea is pissed off bigly at the USA because of this shit. The rest of the world is looking too. Yeah, no, this is just, it's making everyone uneasy and nobody's going to want to invest in the States. Like if you're a international company, are you really going to want to have a company in the States where you might have to have like a lot of your workers go into to help set things up and stuff? If there's a risk that they're all going to be arrested, that all the money investment, like any sort of delay in these projects costs millions to billions. Nobody is going to want to take that risk. Let's see. $56 St. Rich, there's one thing I've noticed. New Canadians aren't respected, but they're all exploited. Yeah, pretty much. So Life, you need to take an 80-question test written and scored by AI to see if you're an ideal dishwasher now. I can't even tell if that's that tire. Oh. Rachel Atwood, is this anything like Bernie's critique of HB1 tech visa programs in the States? I think it has to do to the same issue. I don't remember what his critique of HB1 visas were off the top of my head. But it's like, there is a place for temporary foreign workers here in Canada. But it can't be at the expense of jobs that Canadians, you know, if you pay a fair wage to, would actually want. But like I said, there are communities that try to bring in doctors and will do all these things to try to get doctors into their community because they're so remote that nobody wants to go to a town of 500 and live there without, you know, a marriage arrangement or your family or something. So there are so many of those towns, those types of towns in this country where they're small and remote, and to get people out there to work there's not too many Canadians that would want to uproot their lives and go there. without the chance of like meeting a partner or friends and things of that sort, or community that they resonate with. And so in those cases, yeah, I could see using temporary foreign workers. And the same with seasonal work, especially in agriculture. Not too many Canadians are going to take that because they're going to want a job that lasts more than a season. So there is a place for it, but you need to treat them well with respect and pay them good. Don't abuse them. And as some people say, you know, if you bring them in, then make them citizens as well. I'd be for that. Grouchy, years of training, he likes how those employees don't have the option or much protections. Wow, people were right that they didn't interview any workers. No, they never. CBC would never interview a worker, or that was City TV. Yeah, no, it's the same. Like they don't interview, you know, the Palestinian protesters, but they'll go for the corporations as CEO. They'll talk to landlords, but they won't talk to renters. It's normal. Have a good night, 56 Nick Ridge. Is there something wrong with Pendulous Dragon? Rachel Atwood, I'd move to rural Canada if there's enough money. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm an introvert and stuff, and I like being independent. If I had enough money, I didn't have to worry about things like that, then it's tempting, but at the same time, I like the option of being able to go out and be around people, meeting new people and stuff. And if you're in a very tiny town, that doesn't happen. But, you know, there is the allure of it for sure. The Wild West, huh? Charles isn't wearing a crown either on my toonie. Yeah, I was going to check that out to see if they were wearing crowns. I went to the Mint in Canada and went on the tour there, and they were saying that the Queen stopped having the crown in her little picture on the coin because she understood that the relationship with Canada was not unfriendly, but not friendly. It was more, and I've explained this before, the only reason why we haven't gone away from the monarchy is it would take work. You know, a government would have to propose it. The other side would immediately want to do counter to whatever it is for culture war reasons, or just to propagandize and say, ooh, they're bad because of this. Whereas the majority of the Canadians, we'd be fine without the monarchy. We'd be fine without it. It would take a lot of work. And then what kind of system are we moving to and all that sort of stuff. And so she kind of understood this about us, and so didn't have the crown on in the coin. So it wouldn't surprise me if the king also followed suit. Bad lefty. I like the French approach to monarchy. Yeah, I don't believe in monarchies. I just don't, because I don't see how any person has any particular more value or status than anyone else because of which family they were born in. I find it to be a ridiculous construct that, you know, you aren't, like, yes, you're royalty if you're born into the family, but it's a construct. There's nothing that makes that person royal other than who they were parented by. Like there's no trait, there's no feature, there's no gene other than maybe a lot of inbred ones. Like it's just, there's no person has more value to me than anyone else because of what family they were born into. The true democratic North, I'm far left, but still fine with it. There are, and I had coworkers that were actually like really into the monarchy. Like it's more or less, as long as there isn't much attention brought to it, most Canadians are willing to be like, whatever. But, you know, I had coworkers, it's like, oh, the wedding's happening. Oh, there's kids. And they were like into it for the paparazzi gossip area. Yeah. Okay, why don't we get into the last little bit of a docket? It's not that long, but it's a very important story. Because again, this liberal government ain't so liberal. So from CBC News, Project 2025 mastermind invited to Carney's cabinet meeting no longer speaking. They were invited. That person was invited to Carney's cabinet meeting. A prominent conservative figure in American politics and mastermind behind the Project 2025, the infamous policy blueprint that has proposed a drastic overhaul of the U.S. government, was invited to speak at Prime Minister Mark Carney's cabinet behind closed doors Thursday, but is no longer making the trip north. Now, one might think it's because the other liberals found out and they're like, oh, hell no. No, that's not the case. The guy backed out for reasons, scheduling stuff. It's not because the liberals put up a stink. Carney and his ministers are in the Greater Toronto area for 2 days of meetings ahead of the fall parliamentary sitting. According to the list of guest speakers, the Liberal team was supposed to hear from Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank that's shaped Republican administration since the 80s. It's the group that spearheaded Project 2025. I don't need to go into it. Some of its most controversial elements include firing the thousands of permanent civil servants. Well, here we're replacing them with AI, abolishing the Department of Education. Yeah, Doug Ford's working on that one real fast. And withdrawing the abortion pill, mifepristone, from the market. It also states that married men and women are the ideal natural family structure because all children have the right to be raised by men and women who conceive them. That's not always a good thing, and there's also single parents, and there's blended families, and yeah. Oh, right, there was this video. John Plain looking very uncomfortable with the fact that he was being questioned about this. Champagne.
Know how they would want to see things. I think that's a perspective. Yeah, I mean, listen, we invite different guests to come to our event. We want to hear a different perspective.
We don't need to hear that perspective. It's kind of like, you know, do we really need to invite the Nazi to hear the side of the genocide? No, we don't need to have this right-wing lunatic come in to hear their side. We don't.
When you invite international guests, sometimes, you know, scheduling issues, things change. Kevin Rudd will be with us today. And I think, you know, these things happen. But the reality is that we're going to have, you know, today it's a set of discussion, a lot around the economy and a lot about building homes and at the same time looking at our trading relationships. I'll go there and I'll go to you. So just I'll go to her and then I'll come to you.
Were you comfortable if Mr. Roberts had arrived? Were you comfortable hearing from him and listening to what he had to say?
It's not about. It's, you know, when you have sessions, you want.
He was so unprepared for this. It's like, oh well, we'll listen. Doesn't mean we'll do it. No, like it was scheduled. To
hear a different perspective. You know, this is a perspective, and I think to hear from someone who provided perspective.
Yes, you know, when you want to have like a big buffet, you need the perspective of the cannibal. The cannibal should be at the table with you to give their perspective on the buffet.
Perspective about his view and how things, you know, how they would want to see things. I think that's a perspective.
Yes, the cannibal would tell you how they would want to see things in the buffet.
Perspective that, you know, when you have to make decision, it's always good to have different perspective. We've heard from different speakers who are bringing their own perspective. I think that you gain from having different perspective on that. But to be honest, there's many things we have to do today, and we're going to focus on the big thing. The big thing is about the budget. The big thing is about the economy. The big thing is about affordability. The big thing is about housing.
So regrettably, Dr. Roberts' office indicated he can no longer join us to present today, said spokesperson from the Prime Minister's office. Our team will continue to further engagement and discussion with him and other leading U.S. policy figures soon regarding Canada's economic and security relationship with the United States. You know what? We're good. We don't need it. Spokesperson for Roberts says he appreciated the invitation, but is unable to attend and is willing to work. And we'll be working in Ottawa. Yeah, so let's just scooch on. So Rachel was pointing out the Prime Minister office just emailed me confirmation that regrettably the Project 2025 mastermind has canceled on them, not the other way around. And she has a full article that we're about to get to right after this. So this is Leah Gazan, NDP MP. Why did Carney invite a far-right guest to his cabinet retreat? This week, reporters gained access to the guest speakers list for Prime Minister Carney's cabinet. Many were shocked to see the Liberal invited this guy, even though Roberts indicated that he was not able to attend. What is Heritage Foundation? Ow, kitty, ow, ow, ow. The Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank that has been influential in the United States Republican Party since the 80s, and we got that. You know what? I think you can freeze the screen and finish reading what Leah Gazan was typing in. I think we're going to be covering a lot of it in the next article anyway. My voice is giving out. But here, so some things from Project 2025, extreme cuts to civil servant jobs, undermining reproductive health, enforcing biblical-based understanding of marriage, slashing federal funds, cracking down on woke ideology by taking aim at DEI and gender terminology. You know what? Sounds like Mark Carney is already using this playbook. The only justification for PM office give Roberts was understand Trump's playbook. Does that mean Liberals would have to invite fascists to speak in order to understand fascism? People across Canada are not stupid. I beg to differ. And it is disrespectful for Carney to treat us as though we are. And then just, yeah. So this is an article in the T from Rachel Gilmore. Mind-boggling, says former top Trudeau advisor, echoing outrage from two unnamed sitting Liberals. You know what? Go on record. The Liberals need to start speaking out because Trudeau's leadership really started to tank when Liberals started to say, I'm not okay with this. Well, it was Chrystia Freeland making us think about it because she wanted to run for leadership, not realizing that Mark Carney was about to step in. But the Liberals need to start speaking up because this is absolutely unacceptable. So she writes, the architect of Project 2025, the far-right blueprint underpinning many of the attacks U.S. President Donald Trump has launched on American democracy and human rights, didn't end up speaking to Prime Minister Mark Carney's cabinet Thursday as originally planned. Kevin Roberts, president of the hyper-conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, canceled on Carney. So regrettably, his office indicated he can no longer join us, said the spokesperson. It's a hair-raising development. Not only Carney's office extended the invitation in the first place, but that in the face of furious outcry, the Liberals weren't the ones who chose to halt the plans. Some of those infuriated voices came from within their own party. Hard to understand how someone like this would have made the list, one sitting Liberal MP told me via direct message. To put it politely, that's a Canadian way of saying, this is fucking stupid. Another sitting Liberal called it an utter disgrace. It's a betrayal of Liberal voters. You know what? There's been a lot of that happening with the Carney government right now. You need to start identifying who you are and speaking out. So undermines the core theme of our campaign and is utter disgrace for a self-respecting democracy facing the rise of fascism next door, the Liberal MP said in a direct message conversation. Go on record. Go on fucking record. This man is a key architecture of Donald Trump's assault on the U.S. Constitution. It's completely inappropriate that he be invited to address the federal cabinet. The MP spoke to the T anonymously so they could speak freely without fear of repercussions. You know what? Like I was saying about those police officers that were arresting all those peaceful protesters, there comes a time in these sorts of things where you need to make a stand. And if that stand is you're a police officer and you don't want to arrest these people, you quit your fucking job. And it comes a time when Canada is looking at fascism in the United States thinking, like Mark Carney does with austerity, well, I can do it. You know, it hasn't worked before, but I know how to do it right. You need to risk those repercussions and speak up. This isn't the time to stay quiet or anonymous. You need to speak up because right now Mark Carney is looking at that saying, yeah, but if you do fascism right, it works. Just like he's doing with austerity. So Roberts was one of several guest speakers set to address Carney and his ministers as they gathered for 2 days meetings in Greater Toronto. Despite his cancellation, Carney's office confirmed the government intends to keep in touch with him, a man who just last year claimed the United States is in the process of a second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be. Our team will continue to further engagement and discussion with him and other leading figures, spokesperson said. Supriva Dwivedi, who's worked on a senior advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, found the decision mystifying. It's honestly mind-boggling why any Liberal government would invite a key figure involved in the horror show that is Project 2025. That person told the T over the text. The Carney government has not made clear what kind of particular insight or expertise this person would have had into active trade negotiations and Trump's mindset with them. But what is clear is that Project 2025 seeks to erode basic norms of democracy, limit women's access to reproductive health, including contraception, and roll back rights for the LGBTQ+ community. Indeed, it's unclear how this continued engagement or hearing Roberts' perspectives would be benefit to Canadian government, and Carney's PMO didn't immediately respond to follow-up questions requesting that clarification. Carney's Deputy Chief of Staff, Braden Calley, took a stab at providing additional context on social media. Dr. Roberts was invited to speak about the American conservative movement and his perspective on Can-U.S. relationship. Carly wrote on X, to advance the relationship, Canada will continue to engage with leading people, blah, blah, blah. Finance Minister François-Philippe Champagne also told reporters that the goal was to hear from a diversity of perspectives. You know what? I have a perspective that's diverse. I would love to give their committee. I'm just saying, I will speak. I will go and I will give them a very diverse perspective. If you can have somebody as horrid as a founder of the 2025 project, you can have somebody as radical left-wing as me speaking. And in fact, you should, to do the whole counterbalance thing that you insist the media does by both sizing things like a genocide. If you can have this horrid piece of shit come speak, you need to have somebody like me also speaking. And then I will tell all of them to fuck off. And I'm going to say it exactly as you just heard him speak it. Listen, we invite different guests to come to our events, he said. We wanted to hear a different perspective. That's exactly how he sounded. Carney government acts first, thinks later. The danger Roberts' ideology poses to U.S. democracy and human rights has become chillingly clear. With each executive order and autocratic action Trump rips from Project 2025's pages, he jolts the dystopian plan to life, shaping a monstrous reality. Less than a month after Trump's inauguration, Politico found 37 aspects of Project 2025 had already been implemented through executive orders. This includes banning transgender people from the military, withdrawing from World Health Organization and Paris Climate Accords, restricting funding that helps abortion access, cutting foreign aid, detaining migrants with the help of local and state law enforcement, and much more. That's not what we need up here in Canada. I'm just saying we don't need to hear from people that think this is a good idea. We don't. We're good. We're good. Well, the argument from Carney's camp seems to be that it would be useful to gain some insight into the kind of thinking that drives the cruel decision-making that understanding might be difficult to glean from someone who is still actively engaged in an ideological crusade. We don't have to live it to understand this one. We can figure it out. We're smart enough up here. We can figure this out. Just 2 days ago, Robert posted on social media that Americans must meet a long campaign being waged against the family with an equally long offensive campaign to restore it. Our leaders have opposed the latest and most outrageous policies of the left while slowly conceding the philosophical ground on which those policies were built. The family's decline is not a law of nature, nor is it an unstoppable force. It's the product of human choices, and human choices can change. Indeed, if we hope to restore the family and save our republic, they must change. Yes, human choices can change, especially when we take away their choice. That's what they're saying. It changes because we take away their ability to choose what's happening. And a lot of the family decline is happening because of economic reasons, the fact that they can't afford to live or buy groceries, that sort of thing. Healthcare, big in the United States. And also, the idea of what a family is fluid to a lot of people. And it's not going to look the same for everyone. And to try to force them to conform into what you say a family should be is removing their choice on what their family looks like to them. So there's no reason to assume Roberts would set aside this crusade when he speaks to Carney and his ministers. They can't trust anything he tells them, nor can they assume his words aren't carefully chosen to plant some kind of nefarious seed in the minds of the Canadian government. Maybe they hope to outthink him. When you already look at what Carney is doing, no, they're looking for ideas. But according to one current Liberal staffer, Carney's government doesn't seem to be doing much thinking at all. The way the Carney government seems to be operating is, to me, is act first, think later, said the staffer who spoke to the T anonymously because they feared career repercussions for speaking to media. Go on fucking record. People need to grow a spine. This is not the time to be timid. You need to go on record with these sorts of things. You need to supply proof. You need to do something. You know, they have the power to really out what's going on. They need to do it. The communication to staff is poor, and we often have to rely on news to find out what is going on, which leaves us unprepared to respond to questions from constituents. The only way to get answers from higher ups is to phrase it as, what can I tell constituents? If they're going to keep flirting with the architects of American democratic decline, Carney's government will have to get better explaining itself, not only to Canadian public, but also to members of its own team. Well, as long as people are so chicken shit that, oh no, my job comes before the Canadian people, they won't have to worry about explaining it to their own team. Anyway, I am done on my dockets, and it's 8:15-ish. I might get done at a reasonable time. As long as nobody puts, $26 into the SandBox, we'll get done at a reasonable time. Because I promised that I would show a sneak peek of Francesca's portion of my TYT video, but don't think it's going to happen, which is good because my voice is really starting to give out. But my voice does better when I'm not reading and I'm just a little bit more casually talking to the SandBox, so. And yes, you've been seeing my bra all night. This shirt doesn't sit well for it. And I wish this was more center, but it always sits off to the side. It's just the way the shirt is. But I wish it was like center. It just doesn't seem to stay there. So instead, you actually get to see the cleavage. I don't know which is better. Rachel Atwood, Meghan Markle is royalty. Yeah, I don't know too much of that story, but from what I've heard, oh, she was mistreated massively. Just horrible what they did to her. Rachel Atwood, Meghan Markle was punished by the UK press for being black, then Wallace Simpson was for being a Nazi. Oh, yeah. No, what they did to her was just absolutely horrible, but I'm glad whichever one it was that she married actually stuck by her. So Life, it's Canada. Why is Canada meeting with P2551 state talk? No, fascism talk. You know, hands made tail talk. Crotchy, what a BS excuse. If they want to know about the perspective, they can read about it. They don't have to invite a fascist as a guest speaker to indoctrinate our government. Exactly. Atticus Among Us, at a cannibal buffet, the fingers should be a separate item. I only thought of that because Ryan George did a very smart skit about that. If you don't know who Ryan George is, my God, you people need to know. He is so funny. He is a Canadian icon. He does some of the best comedy I've seen. And he's like one of the few people where I can actually laugh out loud when I'm watching him by myself, which I've explained on another episode that it's very odd to get vocal reactions from people when you're just by yourself. But with Ryan George, I absolutely have laughed out loud. My God, this is taking forever. Ryan George, there we go. Yes. And so he does when, so a lot of his comedy has political undertones, but without being so overt that you know exactly what he's talking about unless you're in the political sphere. So somebody who's not really engaged in politics can still find this very funny. But then there's people like us who would like, oh, I know who you're talking about, and this is fucking hilarious. I know I've shown his skits on here before, so it should be okay to watch it. But this one, the buffet one, it was so funny. I'll get to the end of this and put a bunch of thumbs up if you actually want to see it. It's just under 5 minutes long. So funny, though. What are we blaming Looney Tunes for? Let's see. People talking about food, which is a good way to make me end this. Bad left data. Canadian press needs to ask Carney, how did austerity work out in basket case? That is the UK. Yeah. There's a lot I would like to see the media do, because somebody did point out too that when Pierre Poilievre was saying, when somebody asked Pierre Poilievre about Carney acknowledging a Palestinian state, Poilievre switched it around to Carney acknowledging the Hamas state. And nobody in the media said anything. They didn't push back. They didn't say, you're a racist, bigoted, genocide lover. Nothing. Nothing. But occasionally you do get, you know, a journalist with integrity that does ask a hard question from time to time, but they're usually from like smaller, more local outlets. But it's so good when you hear them. And there's some shows where they do push back, but we need politicians in the moment pushing back. Let's see what people are saying. Rachel Atwood, Piers Morgan was devastated that she didn't really want to be his friend. You'd think he'd be used to this by now. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be his friend. He doesn't strike me as the friendly kind. That's some weird sounding food you guys are talking about. I'm seeing a couple thumbs up. I'm guessing that's for the skit of Ryan George. Okay, it's not too long and it's fun.
This video is sponsored by Raycon. More about them at the end of the sketch. Welcome back to the Hunter Flexwell podcast. Our guest today is head of the National Cannibal Association, Gordon Riblicker, author of the books Why You...
So this is When Podcasts Platform Terrible People, and one of the things I love about Ryan George is the details. So Riblicker book, Why You Should Eat People, How I Learned to Stop Being a Baby and Just Do It, is on the book.
Should eat people and why you should let me eat you.
So then the little subtext on here, come on, stop being a big baby about this, I'm hungry.
Welcome to the pod. Yeah, for sure. Delicious to be here. Thanks. I'm glad we can make this work. Now, I'll be the first to admit I'm not super well educated on the topic, but you have been slammed in the media recently because you kill and eat people. You know, I just think we should be able to discuss this stuff like civilized adults. Does that make me a bad person? You are blowing my mind right now. I never thought of it like that.
And for anyone who might not be picking up on this, this is the Milk Boys and Netanyahu that he's parroting.
In fact, you know, I was just doing some research this morning in my refrigerator, and I found that just eating one human hand to start the day, that makes you so much more energetic and makes you feel like a god. That's such an interesting perspective. Actually, I should say not just a god, the god. I am God. If I could just push back on that. Oh, right, this guy. Oh, hello. Yeah, our other guest here is Dr. Fellatio. I'm Dr. Phil Oyasho. Right, he's a medical expert in, I don't know, medicine. Delicious to have you. So yeah, just first of all, that's not a cool thing to be saying. Can I just ask how many people listen to this podcast? Pretty much every young man in the world. Oh, stop. You're making me hungry. Yeah, so why did you decide to have this guy on to try to win people over when he's obviously quite evil? Look, I always say it's up to people to do their own research and find which part of the body they digest the best. I never thought of that perspective. You're blowing my mind right now.
This is like, you know, when you have somebody who's committing genocide on, and it's like, yeah, people should just do their own research and blah, blah, blah. And those guys were sitting there like, whoa.
And that's why, you know what, I think it's good for both of us experts to present our equal sides. No. Do you not see the dangerous thing that you are doing right now? We're just talking. You smell savory. Oh my God, he definitely wants to eat me. Okay, well, you're a doctor, right? Yes, so if we're not allowed to eat humans anymore, that was never a thing, then what's your counterpoint? What are people supposed to be eating? Oh, well, see, that's actually quite fascinating. There are new findings that there are actually 26 key nutrients for a balanced diet, first and foremost being the grain family, so that includes your... I'm bored. Can you say something, cannibal guy? If you cook a person in the microwave, it makes their head explode. Oh, that's great. Let's talk about that more. Please do not. Okay, I'm trying to be civil here, but he's trying to censor me a little bit. What even is the point of this podcast? What does it contribute to the world? I guess in a philosophical sense, it contributes to my bank account quite significantly. Right.
Uh-huh. Sorry, I do feel like I need to pause it every now and then just because, you know, it's not like I'm stealing his content. My God, he has almost 2 million subscribers, and this video has been out for 3 weeks and already has over 400,000 views. Like, but still, it's something about it that I feel like I should pause every now and then just in case. But yeah, I'm such a huge fan of this guy. Canadian.
I'm sure. But hey, if having a controversial person on the show makes me a bad guy, then fine, I'll be the bad guy. Amen. Praise me. Wait, no, why are you trying to be the bad guy? Well, someone has to do it. Someone has to bring a cannibal on a YouTube podcast. It just has to be done. Look, I've been nothing but respectful to you this whole time. You've been trying to pour hot sauce on my hand every time I look away. That's your opinion, but unlike you, I actually respect people who don't share the same opinion as I do. Right? And then I cook them and eat them. Look, I think we could actually be friends, you know, if we got to know each other. Why don't you come over? I'd love to have you for dinner. Well, that's very kind, but wait, no, he said he wants to have me for dinner. That's a normal thing to say. No, it's not. Sorry to interrupt the debate, boys, but I do have an ad read to do now. Are you hearing the things he's saying? This episode is brought to you by Baby Cigs. Finally, an e-cig made specifically for babies to smoke with. Oh, that sounds like smoked meat. What? Oh, just a little cannibal humor. See, you're just a normal, funny guy that likes to have fun. People should see that side of you. Where'd the doctor go? He left. Wow, very unprofessional. Luckily, we have a backup guest lined up. He goes by The Plague Architect. Great to have you here. Great to be here.
I paused it, but it's a bit of a lag. So, The Plague Architect, I will literally poison you all. I just love poisoning people. Like, seriously, it's all I think about is on the book.
Great to have you here. Great to be here, Hunter. I will soon release a disease that will turn the infected inside out, for it is time for the age of man to come to an end. Phew, I never thought of that perspective. You're blowing my mind right now.
I'm such a huge fan of Ryan George. He's done ones that critique like capitalism and COVID and stuff like that. But again, it's so kind of indirect that you don't have to be involved in politics to enjoy these skits. But if you're involved in politics and aware, it makes them even funnier. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. And then I will hopefully wrap up in the next... So much for like making shorter streams by splitting it up. Like the only reason why I'm going to end at a decent time is because I started 2 hours early. But I do need to eat something and then unwind. So. Don't forget, people, please buy my book. Can't wait to start working on the sequels and prequels, but I only have part 1 of my TYT video done. And there's still so much research and work that has to be put into it. And every now and then I actually do kind of feel bad for what I'm doing, because this is not going to make them look good. And I don't like being that person, but at the same time, the amount of damage that Jake and Anna are doing, I have my integrity to stick to. I don't like hurting people, and I feel like these videos will hurt them. Oh well, they made that bed. The Wild West. I only eat people in self-defense. Would you eat me if I'm threatening you? Rachel Atwood. Oh, I've seen him. He also does pitch meetings, which also get like millions of views. So that's like another place that you could have seen him. But this is his channel. So he has a channel just called Ryan George. Then there's Ryan George Extras, where he does videos that are a bit longer form, as in like 10 to 15 minutes, which I also find are very hilarious. Like he'll go over luxury homes that are for sale online and just point out how ridiculous they are, but in his very comedic way and whatnot. And yeah, he's great. Like just even what he was doing with like LinkedIn communications on that channel, everything. Go subscribe to both of his channels if you just need a break and want to laugh. Those are good places to go. And then he'll do like compilations. So if you just want to watch like MCU pitch meetings and stuff like that, you can see it and go to his playlist and stuff. Bo said, I like trying to confuse Sandy with normal Senate. That makes perfect sense in full context. I don't understand that. Confuse Sandy with normal Senate. Bad Lefty, all that cannibalism made you hungry too. So Life, I bet people taste like pork. The Wild West, they do taste like pork. You guys are crazy. Bozette, the light blue eyeshadow looks great. Sandy wine, thank you. I tend to wear eyeshadow that matches my outfits. Oh. The Wild West. I have it on authority of an Irish reporter who was covering a bombing. Well, if you're eating conservative, I bet they taste like chicken shit at Rachel Atwood. Okay, I'm done with my dog hits, and I'm not seeing their $26 pop up in my SandBox, so I guess I am good to start wrapping things up. Unwinding. Get a little something to eat before I unwind more. But yeah, no, this is good. I like getting done this time of night. But thank you everyone for coming out. Super appreciate it, like always. I hope you find my commentary helpful, useful, interesting, entertaining, all of the above. Yeah, all of the above, not none of the above. That wouldn't work out too well. I'll be on this space on Wednesday. Oh, let me check my calendar so I know if I'm going to be doing next weekend. Because I am trying to do at least 2 live streams now. One on Sundays regularly, but then on either Monday or Friday, depending on what's happening. All right, got that. So it'll be Monday. No, it won't be Monday. Damn it. I have something on the go Monday, and Saturday I have a big event that I want to spend Friday preparing for. Huh. So maybe it'll just be Sunday. Yeah, no, sorry. It's just going to be Sunday because, like I said, I have something on Saturday that I need to spend Friday preparing for, and Monday I have plans in the evening. So that screws this weekend. So just Sunday. So this space on Wednesday and then Sunday. But if there's anything that people want to hear me talk about on this space, let me know, and I will try to make that happen. I'm also more than happy to do more collaborations with people. I'm still wondering who will be the first channel, the first big channel to risk having me on. Because I have yet to be on a channel that is bigger than mine. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. No, not really. I'm not. It's to the point where I've asked different groups and different people, and they don't seem to be terribly interested. And it's the same like with the Owen Jones picture. I'm not trying to promote it anymore, and I don't want other people to, because I get the feeling that there's a good chance he has seen it and just doesn't want to respond, which is totally fine and valid. And so now with a lot of these other channels, I just get the feeling they know I'm here and I want to go on, but they're just not interested. So I don't want to push it. And then things might change after a while or whatever. It is what it is. But, you know, it'd be nice. It would help my channel. That's the thing. Yes, I know I'm the smaller channel, and that situation would help my channel. And ideally, that's what we want to be doing in the leftist space, is helping each other. But yeah, I don't want to push people into having me on if they don't want me on for whatever reason. And sometimes it's just, do they think they would be compatible with me sense of humor wise and talking, and do I have anything to contribute to their show and all that sort of stuff. Just like there are some people I would love to have a conversation with, but I haven't officially invited onto my show because I don't have anything specific to talk to them about. So it is what it is. The Wild West networking is hard. I hate it. Yeah, I'm horrible at it. Absolutely horrible at that aspect. Rachel Atwood, the other channels aren't as open having Sandy on their shows. Yeah. Well, it's not even necessarily that they aren't open. It's just I'm not top of mind. You know, they don't think of it. They don't think of me. And I don't want to get to the point where I'm pestering people. And that could have some of it to do where I'm just not top of mind. Like there's lots of reasons. And I try my best not to overthink it. And I just want it to happen organically at this point if it does. But, you know, I am looking to have interviews. I'm hoping to get connected with a certain person who's been on like a bazillion podcasts lately. Okay, I will email them. I have their email now. I will try emailing a certain person who's been on like a bazillion podcasts lately. And some of those podcasts being quite small. So I'll see about having them on my channel, and then I might not ever get another interview again if I have this person on, because I'm torn about what to say. I want to interview them, but I'm a little conflicted. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. If it happens, you guys will know. I like that you guys think I should be on other people's shows. Yeah, and feel free to send me emails and stuff. And like I said, like some people I probably wouldn't be interested in having on my show just because I don't know if it'd be compatible for what I do and stuff. But no harm in suggesting. Just keep in mind that it might not happen. And sometimes it's just ADHD. It can be a whole bunch of stuff. We'll see, Rich P. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just worried that if I do, I'm going to get myself in trouble. Can't help it. Can't help it. Okay, yes. I am going to call it a night then. I'm calling it a night. Sweet. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you, mods. Thank you, people who gave super chats. Thank you for being a member if you are. Patron, purchasing things off my wish list. It's all appreciated. Let's do this. Going to have to change all of this up at some point too. But yeah, let me know if you liking that Irish accent, and I might do them earlier in a stream if I get paid enough. But is there anybody actually live right now that I can maybe raid? Let's see. Because I like to pay it forward when I can. But usually I'm the one ending later. And I at least want to know who the people are. I don't want to raid just some anonymous channel that I don't know. Let's see. No, Kevin Logan's done an hour ago. I don't think so. Okay. At least nobody who's on my radar. And I do like to know who they are before I would raid them, so. I hate how there's all these little buttons now that say it's live when it's not. It's just that it happened to be live when it aired, but the little icons still say, anyway. Have a good night, everyone. I will do this. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.